Yo, how's that?
Yo, I'm good.
Good. Cool. Good. Just check that. You sound a bit. Your mic. I'm not so sure your mic's good. Yeah.
Now, is it better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Right. So, what are you doing?
I don't know.
You blowing your mic?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm in a laptop and I think the mic is inside. So if I move the mouse or
Okay.
I'll try to mute when I do things so I don't annoy.
Right. So that stuff that you sent me today
Yeah.
was pretty poor.
Why?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yola.
Oh, hello.
Just having a go with Pepe about his geometry.
Oh, cool.
So why? Why, Popo?
Yo.
Why do you say it's Popo?
Because you just copied the axioms from Euclidean geometry and changed a few bits in it.
Yeah, and
Well, you can't just do that, dude. That's ridiculous. Dude, did
what
you
you asked
seriously think you could get away with just sort of fobbing me off with such a ridiculous thing?
you asked for the axioms of a geometry where straight lines curve. I provided you with the
You
axioms.
you didn't. You just changed the axioms because
Yes.
they're not axioms
They are-
for any particular geometry. They're just
Why not?
because you just made them up.
And
Wait,
we made up axioms.
Either
That's how we make.
Pepe, either you've got proof of the curvature and you're the only one in the world with it, and you're dying to show it to us, or you've got nothing, not even a half-constructed argument against.
No, we're not talking about this right now.
Oh, we're not.
We are having a conversation with Beth
Yeah.
about the axioms
It
of.
sounds like you're. Maybe I misunderstood what Bev was saying, but you were just like making shit up about math.
No, I did if you let us talk, I'll show you in the live stream too.
All right.
Here's what Pepe decided to send me for the axioms of spherical geometry. Now I'll give you the axioms for Euclidean geometry, and you can have a look at the two, and so you can see the difference that somebody made to the axioms for spherical geometry that somebody just made up.
Yeah, and what's the problem? We made up axioms, and
No. Euclid did not just make up the axioms for Euclidean geometry. That's not what he did. I'm sorry, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, and?
Well, you decided to say, well, Euclid's geometry isn't correct.
No.
So I'm just going to change his bits and say it's spherical geometry.
I have never said that.
You did. Look, it's wrote there.
Fine. Euclid geometry is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I have never said Euclid geometry is bad.
And now for the axioms.
I'm providing you another set of axioms which work and where a curved line.
That axioms that you gave me do not work. He even says, look, on number one, to draw a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even change that, did you?
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be changed.
How? What's a straight line, Pepe?
The line here in this. So remember, we agreed that we can define a line. We can't because it's like an elemental. You said, right?
Yes, remember that's exactly what I said. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So what defines a line is the axioms of the geometry we are in.
No.
Right?
No.
Yes.
No.
Why not?
No, because you don't understand. Once again, you haven't got a clue about what you're talking about. Has Fight the Flat Earth sent you here to check it out?
No.
Well, why do you not understand Why do you not understand that a straight line is not defined within the axioms of Euclidean geometry?
No, I didn't say that. It's
No.
not. But when we're talking about geometry, and we have a set of axioms, those
Yes.
axioms determine what a straight line is.
No. The axioms do not define what a straight line is. Once again, you don't understand.
They don't state, okay, an axiom is not a straight line is something. But if we look at the axioms, we can define, and if it's undefinable, we can define it as we want to, like, fit our axioms, right?
Do you know what axioms are?
Yeah.
Go on.
They are some assumed truth where we develop from what we develop maths. They are like the basics. We assume that we say, okay, this is true, this is true, this is true. Then what else is true?
Right. Okay.
There are things that can be proven.
So, when you say, and in the definition that you made up of your geometry, and it says to draw a straight line. What's a straight line? From any point to any point. What's that mean exactly? In your spherical geometry that you made up, what does that mean?
The shortest path between 2 points.
A straight line.
Yeah.
So, would that still be a straight line?
That would be a segment. Yeah. In these axioms, it would.
A straight line.
Okay.
If you don't
want to call it a straight line, don't call it straight line. Okay.
No. Listen. No.
If you don't want. If this is about semantics.
It's not. This is not semantics. This is definitely not semantics. This is step one to understanding the fundamentals, right? A straight line. You admit that it can't be defined. Do you know why it can't be defined?
No, why?
What?
Why?
Why?
I don't know. Why?
You don't even know why it can't be defined. Is it just because I've told you that it can't be defined, and that's why you now think it can't be defined, but you don't know why? You've not done any research into it or thought about it or anything, have you?
Yeah, I have, but not in this exact point.
You don't want to come out with it because I mean it's a fundamental, isn't it? It's a straight line. Why? How can anybody not understand what it is? Huh? How can you not have an opinion on it?
That's why it's undefinable.
Do you want me to do it for you then?
No.
No? Or do you want to have a go?
Okay.
Do you want to have a go? Or do you want me to do it for you?
What? Do what?
Have a go at defining a straight line.
Oh, try it.
Go on then. You go first.
Okay, so it can be defined, but I can define it in Euclid's axioms. So a straight line in Euclid's axioms is the shortest path between 2 points.
Sorry? I don't think everybody heard that. The people that are listening will want to hear your go and then I'll go, yeah?
Okay. Straight line in Euclid's terms is the shortest path between 2 points.
Yeah, that's how, yeah. Okay. A straight line cannot be defined because it is a fundamental. It's an elemental. It defines other things. So what if you don't have a straight line, you have a curved line, right? Now, in order to define a curved line, you need to know the radius of the circle to know the curve, right?
Yeah.
Now, in order to define a curved line, then, you need a straight line. You need that radius. That radius needs to be straight, doesn't it?
True.
Right. So, in order to have a straight line, it needs to be everything that a curved line isn't.
Right.
True.
True.
Okay. So, when anything says to draw a straight line from any point to any point. What do you think that means?
That to draw a straight line from a point to a point.
It's like a straight line. It's not a curved line, is it?
Right.
Okay. So, in the geometry that you made up for spherical geometry, step 1, to draw a straight line. You didn't even bother changing that.
No, because it's correct.
How?
A straight line changes definition in this geometry. But
No, I've just explained to you, a straight line cannot change definition within a geometry. No, it can't. It can't. You can't have a curved line. You can't express a curved line without a straight line.
But so that's exactly why we define a straight line in a. We define a straight line in another geometry, so we can define curved line in that geometry.
Yeah. So if your straight line's curved, then how do you define a curved line?
Curved, it's straight.
It's not. Can't be. On the surface of a sphere, you cannot have a straight line.
Yes, it can.
It is not possible. And I don't know anyone that thinks it is possible. Other than...
Everyone that knows a bit of math.
Oh, right. Yeah. What little bit of math? The bit of math that they just make up. Geometry.
Yes, we made up math, Beb. That's the point of it.
You made up this spherical geometry.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Like 250 years ago, Beb.
Number 5, every pair of straight lines will meet at some point.
Yeah.
Like that sounds brilliant. How did you work that one out?
Think about the sphere.
They must just meet at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Genius. Straight lines.
And what does
straight lines?
Axiom said.
Straight lines will have to meet at some point.
Okay, Beb. Let's stop calling it straight lines because clearly you don't like it. Let's call it geodesy.
Which means clearly I don't like it. No, clearly they are not straight lines if they're not straight lines.
If you say it.
Okay, so you're willing.
Geodesics.
Step 1. Are you willing to admit that a straight line is a straight? No. Well, where are we going to go from here? If you can't even admit that there's a difference between a straight line and a curved line.
I admit that.
Okay.
There is, of course.
There has to be, doesn't there?
Yeah, there has to be.
Right. Okay. So, in spherical geometry, there aren't straight lines, are there? There's no straight lines.
There are.
Oh, really? Where? Because I'll get you. I'll
surface of a sphere
get you that spherical geometry one that I got you for. Because you didn't even bother looking for it yourself, did you?
I did.
You didn't. You just made up your own geometry.
I sent you the link on the Wikipedia, Beb. Do you want me to send it?
You can links. Did you get that clip that I got? Oh no, it's here. I'll beat you. Right, any two lines intersect two diametrically opposed points called antipodal points. Which one of them is straight? Does it say straight or does it just say lines? I think it just says lines, but we'll miss that anyway. The next one's just 2 points. Did you notice that? Any two lines intersect in two diametrically opposed points. What's that mean? Sounds a bit weird, doesn't it?
And?
Yeah, and then there's an actual unit of angle measurement. Like, you're familiar with all of this?
No, but there are properties.
Oh, what about this one? Did you get this one? The angle sum of a triangle is greater than 180 degrees.
Yes.
Well, how often have you used one of them triangles?
Open the link.
How often have you used one of them triangles?
Open the link, please. Open the link.
No, we're
About
just going through your axioms.
Open the link, yeah.
Why?
There are-
I'm not opening any links. I don't need to open links.
Because there's an image there that shows perfectly how
That shows what?
a triangle can have
Shows a ball.
a triangle.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's spherical geometry, mate. That's spherical I don't disagree that there is a thing called spherical geometry. Right? You're not going to get me on that, because that is a thing,
It's
right?
a thing, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but you don't use it, and nobody uses it. But so
Yeah, we
just
don't-
because you say there is another geometry doesn't mean that anybody uses it, do they?
we use it
Use it for what?
every time. Flying.
Flying. But that's not what we're doing here, is it?
And
We're
we use it. Your claim is that we don't use it. I
No.
say we use it.
no. My claim is that we're starting off here with straight lines. We've just done straight lines, and I've explained to you about a straight line and what a straight line is. The next step from the straight line is to understand what a vertical is, and then what a horizontal is.
What are those? Tell me.
Well, do you know what a vertical is?
No. Tell me.
You don't know what a vertical is?
I want you to tell me.
You want me to tell you? It's a line, isn't it?
Okay.
Right. Now that line,
Well, vertical, it's a line. A vertical line is a line. Yeah.
yes, straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight line. Right, so you've got a straight line, vertical, and then you want to make a line that bisects that perpendicular. Do you understand what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's in here. I've got Euclidean. Definition 10. A straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another. Each of the angles is called a right angle. It's also, go back to the axioms of Euclidean geometry. Number 4, all right angles are equal to one another. You right with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a vertical and a horizontal. 90 degrees opposed both sides.
Right.
Now, to bring it into real life, because that's just geometry, bring it into reality, you've got a plumb bob. Have you ever heard of one of them?
Yeah.
They use them on building sites. That is what they use to determine a vertical.
A
Right.
vertical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a level is what they use to determine a horizontal.
Right.
True. And the vertical and the horizontal are just those two different tools, but a realistic, real life example of them.
Right.
Right. So, Euclidean geometry is used in surveying. And are you willing to say
Not in
that...
geodetical surveying.
Pardon?
Not in geodetical surveying.
Do you know what? We won't get there yet, because we'll deal with that after.
Okay.
But there are so-called two different types of surveyors. But just the ones we're on about at the minute are the ones that survey the land, right? The average surveyors, the ones you see with the tools, out in the field, looking through levels, and surveying the land and plotting drains and roads and bridges, all of that sort of stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
That's a surveyor. That's their job, to measure with a level. Horizontal, right? So if there's any curvature, them guys are the dudes to find it, right? Would you rather have anybody else find any curvature?
A mathematician.
A mathematician. Nice. Well, we can get to that later. So you've got...
So, wait a moment. What do you mean by curvature?
What do
What do
I
you mean
mean
to
by
find
curvature?
curvature?
It's
What do you mean?
not a straight line. It's like it deviates
Yeah. But
from a straight line. Okay.
How would you find in reality a curvature?
That's
You
what
say
we're getting there.
curvature.
We're getting there.
Okay.
Right.
Continue.
So you've got a vertical, you've got a horizontal, and we've linked that to surveyors, right? So the surveyors are using a level to find curvature, right? Or to drop pipes for drainage and whatnot. Okay?
Yep.
Right, so I've got here, no doubt you've heard of it. Have you heard of my canal?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. There's a picture of my canal on Google if you want to look. It comes up from Liverpool at the Mersey, and there's 3 locks, and it goes up. Oh, where's it gone? I thought I had the pictures of that. Goes up to the top of the canal. There we go. There. That's at Liverpool at the Mersey. The bottom end of this picture coming up here, that's just through the bridge at the bottom. Well, that's the docks at Liverpool. Through that little bit right at the end. Then there's 3 locks that step up 51 feet, and you end up at this top bit of the Liverpool locks. Right there. See that lock gate?
Yep.
Right, so that's what it's like at Liverpool, and it goes all the way to the other end, to Apley Bridge, 27 miles away, and no locks. So you've got 27 miles of a big trough of water. Yeah? So I'd say that water in that trough is level. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So, in effect, that is one big, long water level. 27 miles long.
Do you mean water level as an instrument?
Yeah. Yeah,
No, it isn't.
it's not an... Oh, right, it's not water level then.
As an
The
instrument,
water
it
in that canal is not level, is it not?
is level.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
So, it's water and it's level, but it's not
Yeah.
a water level.
Not if you're referring to the instrument, not.
Well, no, it's not in a pipe, but I mean, that's how a water level works. You realise that
Yeah, but
Just
the point
through
of the water level is that it's a small quantity of water. There you have an extension.
no, it's not. Who's that? Is there a quantity amount for water level? Have you heard that?
If it is too.
Can you cite anything like that? That is one of my questions for you. You know, is there a distance that a water level stops working? Is there a use by, do you think? But anyway, somebody at one end of this canal would drop a vertical plumb line to the water level. Yeah?
Yeah.
Would that water level be horizontal?
No.
Oh. What would the water level be then?
Would be level with the surface of Earth.
It would be, sorry?
Level with the surface of Earth.
Right, so would it be level or would it not be level?
Yeah, level.
It would be level. Now, would that level be horizontal?
No.
No. So why did it stop being horizontal?
It never was horizontal.
We
couldn't
just
stop.
decided
It
that
can
right at
stop.
the very beginning, that a 90 degree from a vertical is a horizontal, and then a horizontal, the practical use of a horizontal is a level. That's what everybody uses, isn't it?
To determine a horizontal, yeah. But not to determine water level across any distance.
A water level is a tool for establishing a
A
horizontal.
horizontal line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or plain.
Or plain, true.
So, why would this water level in the canal not be level? You've just described it,
level.
right?
It is level.
But it's not
But
horizontal.
not horizontal. Not
Right.
horizontal.
So when is level not horizontal?
Always.
And when it isn't horizontal, what is it?
It isn't because of the curvature of Earth.
Pardon?
It never is horizontal. It always curves.
Sorry, say that again.
Level is not horizontal. It always curves.
Oh. So where does it say that? Level is a horizontal plane or line surface without inequalities. Is it not?
That's a definition.
That's the one definition that we're talking about. That's the one that surveyors use, isn't it?
Not. It is not.
What other definition are you wanting to go with then?
But
Do you want
I'll
because
tell you the number.
there's a lot of plane in there, and
3.
number 3.
4 could be 2.
You don't be like slightly picky about this anyway, are you?
No.
No, it's me. It would be me that would be being picky about this, would it? Do you think? Do you think I'm being a bit selective about what I choose to call horizontal plane?
Not selective. Like
Not
it's
selective.
it's totally okay that's the definition. I agree, but it's not the definition we use when talking about water level.
It is
All.
a device for establishing a horizontal line.
I'm not talking. Sorry, I'm not talking about the device. I'm talking about like general water level.
Damn, boy. You still here?
Yeah, doing well. So you think that a water level isn't level, and that isn't like the tool that they always used for a level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why did they call it water level then, in your opinion?
Because it's a water. It has water, right? That's the first part, and then level. Because water is in level and it helps as it is in a reduced like area, it doesn't curve, so it helps determine a horizontal.
Oh dear. Do you like Wiki? Is that any good for you?
Wiki.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, I'll put it in for you. I mean, I'm not too sure about it.
Oh yeah, Wiki. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't understand you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a water level. Now, what does Wiki say a water level is?
A device. Any device utilizing the surface of a liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference to determine an apparent inclination of an object or surface, and for matching elevations of locations. Well, I won't read it all up loud.
Okay. So a horizontal plane. Did you hear that bit?
Yeah.
Right. So what is wrong with me using a 27-mile long trough of water as a water level? What do you see wrong with that?
Well, like it would be like having this photo, this image you have here in the wiki, have it all stretched all along the canal.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
you could do that, couldn't you? You could put that pipe of water in the canal, couldn't you?
Yeah, right.
Couldn't you?
The thing is, you see that line connecting the two.
Yeah.
The surface
Yeah.
of the water.
Imagine that's a massive canal.
That wouldn't match.
27 miles. It would, because it's level. It's horizontal. It's a tool
No, it
for
wouldn't.
establishing a horizontal. It is.
it is a tool for establishing.
And I will explain to you how. Okay. If I think we're done now because the water level is horizontal. You're just denying reality to say that it isn't. Are you not? You're like determining at some point that you're going to determine a curve that you realise what it's not coming, is it? There's a geometrical proof coming that the water level is horizontal, isn't there?
Okay, show it to me.
Well, you drop a plumb line at one end of the water and it hits the water and the waters are horizontal. So there's 90 degrees on either side. Would you agree to that? That's what the bottom level is a level, isn't it?
I don't agree with that. And you know why.
Here we go. I've got my canal. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that picture? Right. You've got a guy on a boat at one end of the canal and a guy on a boat at the other end of the canal. There's a guy on a boat in the middle.
Yep.
Right. Now, all of them three guys are going to drop a plumb bob to the water. That plumb bob will hit the water at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Yep. Then the only way all three of them lines can meet up is if they are on a horizontal.
And why do their lines have to meet up?
Because they're a horizontal. It's a vertical meeting a horizontal. They are all on a horizontal.
They don't have to share the same horizontal. Why do they have to share the same horizontal?
What's a horizontal? Do you want to just give us an idea on what a horizontal is? Again?
Let's say, assuming a globe Earth is a tangent.
No.
On that point.
How would you determine a horizontal in reality?
Using a water level.
Okay, so these guys are on a water level. They are all on the same water level.
Yeah.
And there's 15 miles apart. And then when they drop the plumb bobs down, they get 90 degrees. Right? So that shows that when you're looking at the picture there, that picture's a side view in my eyes. Right? Because I think that water level is horizontal. So that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
Hey, Bev,
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
look,
just got one point. Like, there could be more than one in the middle, couldn't there? Like, there could be, I don't know, 10 people.
Oh, yeah, they could. Anyone. Yeah, it's 27 miles long. There could be loads of ballers balling on the boats on that canal. They'd all be on the same level. You all right with that, Pepe? Is that okay?
I'll draw it for you, okay?
You're going to draw it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do the same that you have done,
Okay.
but in my point of view. Be back.
Right, well, what I'd say is if all of these people got out their calculators, because they're ballers that are in the boats here, not flat earthers. Flat earthers would know that the water is level. But the ballers would get the calculators out. And I mean, I've not really worked this out yet, but does anyone know how far 10 miles? Because you've got 15 miles between the guys at the outside, and the guy in the middle's 10 miles apart from the two outside guys. So, don't know. Have you got a calculator? I could do some head sums, but I mean, are you keen on us doing head sums? Because we have to use 8. You've not got a measurement, have you? For thingy. So if we use 8, 10, what's that? 10 miles. It's about 166 or something, isn't it?
Well, but is it 15 miles or 10 miles?
It's 10 miles and 15 miles. The baller in the middle.
I'll go to the Metabunk curve calculator. And so this is in 15 miles. That'll give you a height of 1 foot.
No, they're on the water.
Okay.
There's no viewer height.
Oh, 0.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it works with 0. That was also I thought it may not work. Maybe it does. Yeah, it does. So there's a geometric drop of 150 feet.
Or 150 feet between the...
That's the drop.
Yeah, in
So-
between the 15 or the 10.
That's 15.
That's 15. Right, what's the 10 then?
So if you're in the middle of that, would that make that 75 feet either side of?
I don't know. You have to work. This is where you have to work. The ballers should be coming in and like, I'll sort that out for you. I can do calculations, me. I'm brilliant. You flat earthers are no good at doing calculations. They don't though, do they? Are you doing that, Pepe?
I'll sort it out for you.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
Save me, goodness.
Sweet.
And so there is a geometric drop, yeah, with no refraction, and there's also a refracted drop.
Well, no, because there's no line of sight, is there? It needed for water level, so go no
I can
refracted.
post images, Web, so I'll send it to you privately. Are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
I can send in this channel.
Yeah, I'll put it in.
Oh, okay, so perfect.
There's no horizon either, Bev, on that one.
No, we're not looking for horizons, are we? But
No,
I mean,
I'm just
that
saying there's no horizon.
that calculator doesn't work over water, does it? So I don't know whether it might.
Well, it says not accurate for observations over water very close to the horizon. But if you're actually just on the water on this, where are you to? Where's this water? What is this water?
It's Liverpool, leads to Liverpool Canal.
Oh, it's a canal. Right.
Yeah,
So
is that listed? I don't think he's
Well,
listed.
there would, yeah, it just says no, not accurate for observations over water very close to the horizon.
Yeah, we're not observing anything because we've got a water level. Here we go.
Yeah, and you're not actually on the horizon either. You're just in the canal, yeah.
Yeah. I'm noticing there you've put some red lines, Pepe.
Yeah, those are the horizontals. You
Oh.
don't see it too well, but there's like a blue thing that's the canal where like those two little lines and that marks the canal. You see the 90-degree angles with
Oh.
with the three people.
Well,
What is wrong with that?
yeah, we're trying to get a distance here. We've got the dudes on the canal 15 miles apart and 10 miles apart. What have you got for that? I mean, them lines don't really seem to give you anything. I mean, there's no need to write 90 degrees. You just put that box on. But
Yeah. Okay.
what
Just to be clear.
where did you get the curve from? How did you get that?
I'm assuming a global. I'm showing you.
No,
how
I'm
in
saying
the
how
model it
how
works.
did you get that curve? Because all we've been doing is dropping plumb lines and using a level. How
Yeah, and
did
could
you?
be doing it on a round Earth? Why not? You set a situation with three dudes here in a canal. You say that you have proof that you have a vertical, okay, a horizontal 90 degrees, and say how is that possible with a non-horizontal water level? That's my explanation. Is this correct?
No, yours
Is
is
this a possible?
yours is completely
possible?
wrong. You seem to have added
Why?
some sort of a curve somewhere. How did you get that curve?
I'm assuming it.
You're just assuming the curve there then.
Yeah.
Did you notice that I didn't assume the curve?
You're assuming flat.
No, I'm using a
You
level.
are.
I'm using a level to show you that a water level is horizontal, and I'm giving you a geometric proof that you can only drop verticals to a horizontal with 90-degree angles on a straight line.
And what's that in the photo then?
What's what?
That's verticals on a horizontal with 90 degrees.
No, it's not. No,
Isn't it?
no.
It is. It is.
Isn't it? How the hell
It
is
is
that?
literally it.
You haven't even got one horizontal, mate.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
Bev,
I've got
what he's
3.
done- Hey, excuse me. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, like, so the line that you've got at the Earth, the point where it hits the Earth, and then.
Well, no. It just hits the curve. It's not. That's not the Earth. That's just,
Oh yeah, no.
It is.
His like he thinks he's saying it's the Earth, right?
well.
So the line that comes off 90
Yeah,
degrees
that's the canal.
is the 90-degree line, but what's the line underneath it? The curved line. What is that?
That's the canal.
So the canal isn't horizontal then.
No.
Ah,
Oh. There's a bit of a contradiction there, isn't there?
Why?
Because the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
And
Well, you've just said that the horizontal is different than the level.
yeah, and
All right, real quick.
Go on.
go on.
Pepe, do you
Yeah.
believe it would be possible to create, theoretically at the very least, possible to create a 27-mile long spirit level?
It wouldn't be much of use, but yeah,
It wouldn't be much of use. That's interesting. Okay, so let's say it was perfectly straight, and let's say you had a different one that
what do
was
you mean with straight?
perfectly straight, as in point A to point B. No other points, just point A, point B. Straight. That's what I mean by straight. Does that make sense? You know, the shortest distance between 2 points is the line. That's what I mean by straight.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just say we'll set that one aside. If you had a 27-mile curved level, where would the bubble show up? You're never going to be able to answer that question. But if you have a perfectly
It would show up.
straight,
It would show up at the same location that it's
that what?
it's flat analogous, like the same
what-
location as flat as a flat
That's
one. As a straight one.
I'll give you that example in just a second. But if you have a 27-mile perfectly straight point A to point B, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that's your level, where's the bubble going to be?
It depends.
The left side, the right side, or the center?
It depends.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No. Let's say that the left side was touching the water, the right side was touching the water, and the center was touching the water.
That can
And, huh?
That can happen.
Yeah, but let's say if it could, where would the bubble be?
That would be on a flat Earth, and it would be at the center.
Thank you. That's just a thought experiment. It's fine. It's not going to hurt you. So now we'll go to like, I don't know, 12,000 miles. Say we have a 12,000 mile long curved for the globe, for your globe, where it's touching, if somehow we found a special spot on the Earth that's all water and it's touching the water across the entire, half of this globe, where's the bubble?
At the middle.
Where?
In the middle.
Why?
That's how it works, right?
No, it's not how it
That's
works.
a
Why-
nice
why-
question.
Yeah, that's
Why
it's
would
gone.
it-
Question.
Like
That's
I'm,
not
I'm
how
trying
it-
to imagine. I'm trying
That's
to imagine
not how
like
it
in a
works.
globe. In a globe, like
That's-
I'm trying to imagine how would that be?
Hey,
That's how
Where
it
does
works in a
bubble- where
glober's head.
Where does
two
bubble
secs.
go, bro?
Hey, gospel. So would you be happy? What's the guy? Pepe.
Pepe.
I think what his name is Pepe. So would you
Pepe, yeah.
need more than one bubble for that level?
No. But what I'm trying to think is that whole experiment is difficult because if we want a level that long to be in touch with water in two points, it would have to be like submerged in water. And
No, Pepe. It's a thought
Yeah.
experiment. But the point
yeah,
is,
the experiment in a
let-
globe.
yes,
in
in a globe. Yes, and I have a better answer, a hypothetical answer for you. But
Go ahead.
so it's
No,
Where's
don't
the bubble going
don't
to be?
give them anything.
where's the bubble going to be? I know that you could figure this out.
Yeah, make him say it. Don't tell him.
I really don't know.
Well, okay.
I think you
So-
need to go and think, mate.
You know how bubbles work, right? In liquid,
Yeah.
which
go up.
direction do they? Yes. So where is up?
Away from center of Earth.
Okay, so on a 12,000-mile curved like half circle on this globe of yours, where is up?
Away from the center.
Uh-huh. Where's the bubble?
Go on, listen to this.
Oh, that's interesting. Because, yeah, if saying, like, what I said, that it would be submerged in water because it's straight, and the two endpoints would have to be in water, that there could be an equilibrium that made the because if it was submerged in water, definitely the middle would be the closest point to the center, right?
Why? That makes no
That's-
sense.
Why not?
Equidistance. That's why.
In a globe. Okay, so if you have a straight line in a globe,
Yeah, but
that-
I'm not talking about a straight line.
Dude, just talk about reality. Stop thinking about your model. Just think about what happens in reality.
I'm adapting to his thought experiment. It's a thought experiment in a globe.
No,
It was a
no,
thought
no.
experiment in the globe.
It's not.
My
A thought
example
experiment
was.
with your globe.
Mine was.
Was it?
Yeah. But that's part of the point. Is it doesn't actually work. It can't, and it's not
So-
because. And you can't just say, "Oh, it's because we can't make a 12,000-mile long level," and that's what I mean. That's
No,
not the
but-
point.
If it were 12,000 miles or whatever, it couldn't be equidistant. If it was straight, it wouldn't be equidistant.
No.
It's impossible.
I said let's pretend it was curved. Okay, I was just
Oh, let's pretend it was
Oh,
curved. Okay.
I was
I'm
going
sorry,
along
sorry.
with it, and then I asked
I'm
you
sorry.
where would the bubble be, and you didn't know because it's not something you could answer.
And what was the proof?
Well, what is level? What is horizontal? What is up? What is down?
It proves that.
Oh, dude.
Did you just ask me to prove what is up and what
No,
is
no,
down?
no. I said it proves what is down, what is up, what is level, what is horizontal. That
What does?
okay? I could. It doesn't work. What does that prove? What's the point?
Right.
It proves that there's a universal up
So
and not
Wait
and
a minute.
not 50 trillion or infinite numbers of ups.
can I go back
That's-
to my example, please? Because, like, if you, with your example that you showed, Pepe, you had a red line, didn't you?
I have three red lines.
Yes. What is that red line?
It's a tangent.
Right. Okay. So is that meant to be like a laser level?
I don't know what a laser level is, but yeah, a laser could.
Right.
It
But
goes-
as opposed to the water level that you suggest curves. Right? So is the laser level or the optical level an actual horizontal? Is that the horizontal that they're talking about when the surveyors use it?
I don't think it's 100% accurate because of refraction and these
Okay.
things, but yeah.
But is it
It
more
could be.
accurate than the water level? Or is it the same?
It is the same.
Right, so what's the red line then?
A tangent.
Right, so why are you just randomly drawing tangents on curves?
Because we were talking about. You said
Yeah, we were
three
yeah
guys
we were
in a
talking
tunnel.
about a vertical meeting a horizontal at 90
and that's
degrees.
what we have drawn.
No,
Yeah,
no, no,
and
no, no, you've not. You've just said that the horizontal is the curved line.
No. I'm saying the horizontal is the red line.
Okay, right. So how do you get a horizontal? What is a horizontal? How do you get that in your real life? Or is that just a line that you draw on a circle?
It's a line that I drawn on a circle, but you can get it with a water level. With a water level, you can get it.
What you can get you can get the horizontal with a water level,
Yeah.
but the water level's the curved line, not the red line.
Yeah.
So how do you get the red line again?
With a water level. With the instrument.
Which is the curved line.
No, that's not the water level. That's not the instrument. The instrument is just there in the point.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, even better. So the instrument, the water level, you could use that, couldn't you, to measure the curvature of the actual water level? Why don't you do that?
No.
What?
How? Explain it to me.
Well, because one of them's horizontal and the other one isn't. So that's how surveyors measure the drop, by using the horizontal and measuring the drop from the horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not with water levels.
Oh, but you've just said that the water level does do it then. Which level do they use? Because I've got a water level of a canal. So you could just use your horizontal level, go along there and measure the curve. Simple.
Well, yeah, if you have one of these horizontal lines,
Yeah.
You can
How
measure
do
the
you get that horizontal line, please?
with a water level.
Oh man. Are you gonna say I'm got circular reasoning here or what? Are you gonna claim me?
No.
No.
But do I have circular reasoning?
So could I use my 27-mile long water level to measure if the water is level?
The water will always be level.
And will that determine a horizontal line?
No.
No. How do you determine a horizontal line, please?
With a water level that is an instrument. The water level
Brilliant.
on itself,
So,
in general.
brilliant.
Water
So I can
level is
use
not horizontal.
a water level to measure the curvature of the water level then.
Yeah. But you don't have to wait. You don't need to measure it. You don't need to.
Yeah, I do. That's what I'm doing. That's my job now. Did you hear that Fight the Flat Earth called me a child abuser for saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane?
No.
No, I can't. No, I'm proving it now. I'm proving that level
Yeah, prove it and
is
forget it.
a straight line on a horizontal plane.
How?
How? By making you look silly.
What a great proof.
Yeah. How do you tell me again? How do you measure a horizontal line?
With a water level.
Brilliant. But the water level isn't horizontal?
the water level on its whole, isn't. The instrument helps you determine a horizontal, but the water level, which is that curved line that you see, isn't horizontal. Is that difficult to understand?
How?
Water level instrument, water level as
Yeah.
as a
So could
as a
you
whole.
use a water level instrument to measure the water level in the canal and the curvature of said level?
What do you mean measure the water level?
I mean the drop from the horizontal that would occur if there was curvature.
You don't need any horizontals to measure any horizontals to know that.
What?
You
Sorry?
don't need to measure any horizontals to know the drop.
You don't
With only the
need
distance?
to measure to know the drop, did you say?
No, we don't need to measure any horizontals. We need to measure the distance over what we want to know the drop, but not horizontals. We use them in geometry, to find it out, but we don't measure them.
Do you know what surveyors do?
Measure distances.
Oh, just distances, not they don't measure drop. For like if you've got a toilet in your house and you want the sewage to go away, do you think they have an idea on how much drop the pipe has over a distance?
That I don't think that has anything to do.
Well, I think it's got loads to do with it. It's convenient when you don't seem to know what you're talking about at the times when then it's vital for people. You know, like when they were measuring the canal and they were like laying the canal back in 1800s. Do you think they were bothered about the level of the water?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think they like measured a distance and then worked out how much drop there would be?
No.
No. Why
That's irrelevant.
why do you not think they did that?
That's irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant? It's totally relevant.
Okay, why?
Why? Because we are trying to determine what level and horizontal mean. I say they're exactly the same thing. You like to try and separate the two.
How is that relevant to building a canal?
Because the canal's got to be filled up with water. Now, if it's not level, the water will spill out, won't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that what water does? What does water do? It finds its own level, doesn't it?
Yeah. And what does drop have to do with it?
Pardon?
What has drop have to do with this?
Nothing. Nothing. When you're dealing with level, there is no drop, is there? Because it is level.
Yeah.
So level is horizontal.
Well, no. There is drop. There is drop from the perspective of the horizontal.
From the perspective of the horizontal. Did you just say that? The perspective of the horizontal.
Well, from the if you have a horizontal, that horizontal differs from the curvature, right? So that's the drop.
What curvature? That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to establish is the curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do we measure the curvature? We'd need a horizontal, wouldn't we?
Measuring the curvature. Yeah, curvature, as I said, I told you in what I said. Curvature is 1 over the radius of curvature.
Measure. Measure. Hello.
Yeah.
Do you know what measure means?
Yeah.
Right. How would you measure the drop from the horizontal of your presupposed level? This is the big question. This is we're right. We're just getting down to it right now.
It's quite easy. People figured it out like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, they used a level, didn't they?
No, they knew
Yeah, they did.
measure, and no, they didn't use a level.
Yes, they did. They
It
used.
doesn't have
Guess
to be
what?
used.
They used
It
a
doesn't
water
have to be
level,
used.
didn't they? They didn't have laser
It
levels
doesn't
back
have to
then.
be used. It doesn't have to be used. You need no level to know it.
Do you know what? Here's a question for you then. Right. What is a horizontal? Can you define me a horizontal, please?
I cannot because I don't think that horizontal is an adjective. So I
you,
cannot.
You can't even define the horizontal.
Let me search it. Let's see if
So,
horizontal
straight-
appears as a name.
Straight lines, level, and horizontal. We're struggling with here. This pretty good. I like your efforts for coming and talking though. At least
Thank you.
much braver than most of the bowlers. They don't want to touch this, you know. It's tricky, isn't it?
No, it is not.
It's not.
Sorry, it is not.
You know how I know how surveyors work, and they need a level. They need to define that horizontal. It needs to be a definite position every time they use it.
Okay. So let's go. I mean, how to measure the drop? Okay, you know there's a formula to measure the drop.
That would sound like a calculation to me.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like
send it to you.
doesn't sound like a measurement to me. That's a calculation.
Wait a moment. You have to measure something, right?
Yeah, that's
let me
the
find it for
bit
you.
that I'm after. The measurement.
Wait a moment. I'll send to you.
You're gonna send me what? A scale draw? I have got a scale ruler here, but a drawing's still not any good. I need to know how, method-wise, please. We did it a bit ago. Oh, I don't know where I put it. Oh, there you go. Have you got a big chalkboard there, Pepe?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, nice. Is it a big one in your room? Or are you at
Yeah,
work? You at
it is
work?
quite big. Yeah, man.
See, what I'm really after is I'm after the curvature, really. So I cut down as many variables as I could and found a 27-mile long length of canal and thought that would be ideal for measuring curvature on, wouldn't it? Because if you've got curvature anywhere, the best place for looking for it would be in level water, wouldn't it? If there's any curvature anywhere, that's where it's going to be. And it's only 27 miles, but I mean, there's still meant to be, like there should be, measurable curvature there, if there was any. But they don't. Even when they're doing surveying projects, they say that they don't look for, they don't bother with curvature. They go up to 100 square miles without any curvature, plain surveying. Have you heard of that?
That's insane that everybody just believes that we're on a spinning ball. Well, not everybody, but most of them.
Why?
Has to be, doesn't it, Pepe?
Why has to be? Sorry.
Your spinning ball thing that you live on. It has to be, doesn't it? That's why this water has to curve. You have to separate the level from the horizontal, don't you?
It's not that we have. It's how it is.
That's just how it is.
Hey, distance 27 miles, refracted drop or drop without refraction, 486 feet I've got.
Yeah, it's different than the 15 though, isn't it? So it must like go around and then come back up again somehow, or it's tricky this.
148 meters, kilometers in 27 miles.
Nice. Pepe's still not done any calculations.
Can you imagine the boats? Like, probably all be down one end, wouldn't they?
But no, they couldn't be, because the guy in the middle, see, he's only got 10 miles between the other two, so they're only a little bit lower than the dude at one end. So
the one in the middle is higher than the other two.
Well, overall, like when the calculations are done from each boat, yeah. Because that's what I did. I did that little graph.
What happens if the calculations are taken from the guy from the left?
Yeah, that should I put that picture back up again? Because I didn't put any numbers on it. But yeah, that's.
I have to work the formula myself. Be right back.
Okie dokie. Okay.
So there's different ways of looking at it. You can look at it from the perspective of the guy in the boat on the left. If he travels down the canal to the next guy.
There you go.
Yeah, 7.5 miles.
Yeah, that's what I did. Like, so on the left hand side, you've got the green, and that's the green guy's calculations are on the left. So he goes to the guy in the middle, and then the guy a bit. I don't know whether I got them. I may not have got that right in proportion, like. But
I'm sorry, what are we talking about? So I can get on page.
We're talking about this canal that I've got. It's 27 miles long, right? 15 miles as the crow flies. But then we've put a dude in the middle at Down Holland. And we're just having a go at calculating the curvature that each of these people would experience on this water level. So the green one is to Down Holland at the middle, and then carries on dropping to the guy on the right. So that, you know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. I see what those lines are in respect of now. Yeah.
Yeah. So the yellow one is just the guy in the middle, but so they're not as low compared to thingy. So yeah, the guy in the middle, I suppose, is the highest constantly, but the two dudes at the other end. So my point is that when they all put their plumb bobs out and measure it, like, everything fits on that straight line at the bottom. But when they calculate the curvature from their own individual points, because this is what you've got to remember, their curve is relative to your position.
Yeah, because if the guy on the left was trying to work out, say the canal went from that direction, east to west, let's just say, and the guy that was on the east wanted to get to the west with the canal, and he wanted to work out some heights and things, and he took a level line from that point, then you have to take the earth curve, into consideration. and at the 7.5 miles, I don't know what it is, but you'd have to take that in consideration. So it would be lower. That boat in the middle would be lower than that other point, wouldn't it? Would
Yeah.
have to be.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
here's my other point. That was I was going on about the canal because you could see the water level from the sea. So it rises up, but it only rises up 51 feet. So if that goes inland, does that 51 feet drop? No, it doesn't. It stays level. So it's at the same level 27 miles further on. Huh?
So. Oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Totally.
it's level, isn't it?
But so it's 50. They're saying it's 50 feet higher elevation, 27 miles away. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the same elevation. It's 51 feet elevation across the whole of that stretch of canal. Like, all you would have to do would be to measure the height above sea level to the start of that canal.
Yeah.
And then it'd be that level all the way along. You wouldn't need to measure any more of
If it
it.
was one body of water with no locks,
It is.
then... Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. I'll give it you. Here. This is from the wiki page about the Leeds to Liverpool Canal. From Liverpool to Apley Locks, the canal runs for 27 miles without locks. Stated in the thing. You don't need to take my word for it. You can go Google Maps as well and do a nice little journey along it. See that there's no locks. It's just one body of water. I mean, anybody could do this with any stretch of canal that's near them, as long as it's above 1 mile long. Well.
So what did I say? 146 metres in... no, so 15 miles was... I can't remember now. What was it? But so really, you would see the canal almost eating it, going into the earth.
It would have... Well, yeah. But then they sort of say, it was my whole point of this is, what they would inevitably end up saying is that level, and thus horizontal, is a curved line that curves at a rate that they say, in a direction that they say. Nothing is ever shown or anything about this curvature that they claim happens to straight lines. That they openly call straight lines. Has anybody honestly ever heard of anybody calling a level surface curved?
Not until this debate started.
Not until Discord. It's a mind trick, isn't it? You know, people have just been...
I saw a... Sorry, but I saw someone put up an image earlier on, and it was from a high-altitude balloon. I think it was... I don't know the exact height. I think it was 100,000 feet. And it looks pretty flat, Can't see any drop off in any direction, as in, even when it's coming up, as it's lifting up, there's no. At some point, you think you'd see some sort of curve, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but you don't have to see it now because it's already been implanted in your brain. These people that can imagine a level curve and defend it when they're faced with geometry that proves it cannot happen, but they still just draw circles, but tangents on lines.
It's a mental disorder.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. It's It's like a mental disease.
It's like, and then
Nobody knows what up and down is.
you ask them a question about it as well, and they blatantly admit that they haven't got a clue about what they're talking about, but they are definitely correct. You're wrong. Because it has to be.
Did I hear?
We have at least a bit more of a clue than you
All right.
about
Did
our model.
Did I hear correct earlier? Someone saying that you could test the canal with a and see if the water's curved with a water level. Did I hear
Yeah,
that right?
he did. Yeah, he did.
I said you couldn't.
No, you did. You said a water level determines a horizontal line, didn't you? Yeah.
That is.
One point to the other. Yeah. Are we talking about the tool, the water level? Yeah, with a clear bit of pipe or whatever, and yeah. Okay. So if each of those heights would be one line, and that would be a horizontal line. Yeah.
It's like, what you could do is you could put a 27-mile hose pipe in the canal, fill it up, put some little tubes on the end of it and lift it out of the water and tell that the water level isn't level. Right, Pepe?
Well, so would that read
The water level is always level.
Sorry?
I sent you, by the way, the formula, and we can talk about it.
So,
What?
I can hear that, but what was the response to the water level in the canal? What would happen?
The water level in the canal is... What's the question?
Well, if you, like Babe said, if you've got a canal, say 10 miles long, and you had a bit of pipe that was 10 miles long, and you put the water pipe, filled it with water, and put it into the canal, just above the water, so you could see both ends, you know. And then what would happen? Would you be able to see? Would the water be level with the water in the canal? Would it be different?
Yeah, it would be level.
It would be level, yeah. It would be the same distance off of the water, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and if you went to any point in that 10 miles, would all those
all those points would be the same. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, wouldn't that be like a straight line then?
It doesn't have.
Sorry.
It doesn't have to be. It could. That's an explanation. Not the only one though.
No, I was asking you. I just didn't know if you. I wondered what you thought. Whether it would be a straight line or would it something else happen to that line?
No. Imagine that. Are you seeing the photo I sent? Well, Beb sent, but mine. Like the 90 degrees one, the right angle one.
Oh, the one that's. Oh, okay. I'll have a look. Right.
The one with the red lines.
Yeah.
Well, the latest one.
No. He means the one that there are no horizontals on.
Oh, the 90-degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine you draw like a bigger circle all around that.
Imagine a bigger circle. Nice. I like it.
What's wrong? What's wrong with it?
Can we stop imagining things and start dealing with reality? Because the curve that you talk about is only in your imagination, isn't it?
Okay, but let's talk about the curve. So you've seen the photo, right? Can you find the formula for me?
Find what formula? Sorry.
The formula that tells you the drop.
Sorry, formula for what?
For the drop.
What drop?
In that image.
The drop in the water level.
The drop.
In the water, in the drop in the water level. Is that what we're looking for?
From the horizontal. The drop from
of
the horizontal.
The water level.
Of the surface. Okay, yeah, let's call it that.
The drop from the horizontal of the water level.
Yeah, you see that line in
I'll tell you that. I've measured that along the canal, and do you know what it is? Zero.
Yeah. Okay. Can you show me the measurements?
There's nothing to measure, mate. There is zero drop of the water level
Can you show it to me?
from the horizontal.
How did you do it?
Pardon?
Can I just say that the water is showing that it is horizontal? That's the proof. The water is the proof. How else
Right.
could you prove something was level without...
It is level. It's still level. I have never claimed that it is not level. But
Oh, I see.
level
So
is
you're
not
saying the
horizontal.
level is curved. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, do you know?
Okay, so
Yeah.
you want a method to measure the...
So what we have to do
right.
is to prove to you. I don't know. It gets tricky, doesn't it? How do you measure a horizontal if your level's bent? Spot on. Are you
the water level.
You're a worker, aren't you? Like if you've got a bent,
I work with levels, yeah.
yeah, if your level's bent, how do you measure a horizontal
With a water level.
with a bent level? Oh, wait a minute. A water level's what?
A water level an instrument.
Yeah, but
Is the water level instrument different to the canal? No, you said it wasn't.
yeah, we just did that, didn't
No.
we? Didn't we do a hose pipe in the canal and put little
Well,
vials on the end of
clearly
it?
is-
At
It
what
clearly
length
is, but-
does the water level become invalid? That I think is a really great question.
I know. He
Invalid for
won't answer that. No.
Invalid for what?
Invalid for measuring level.
You can always measure level with any length of water. You can always-
No, I went to 12,000 miles and you couldn't do it. So
Again,
at what point does a level no longer measure level?
He doesn't think level's level. That's the problem. You've got
Solid
it.
glue.
He separated
No,
level
level's level.
from level. Yeah.
I know.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have. You have. Because
No, I haven't.
level is the practical use of the word horizontal.
Yeah, not semantics here, but
No. This isn't semantics, mate.
it
No,
is.
definition.
It's definitions. Well, yeah,
I-
and you can define it how you want, but it will change.
No.
we
Look, I'll post it again.
we can define it however we want, except for the way that it's actually meant to be defined.
So what about if you had
No, you can't.
a level that was 1 mile long? Like a straight bit of metal that was 1 mile long. Yeah.
That wouldn't be level.
Would that be level?
No.
Ah. Okay. Right. Now I'm getting to where you're thinking.
Like so,
So you're
straight.
straight but not level. Even though the bubble said it was
Exactly
right
right.
in the middle. So if the
So
bubble
where
was in
would the
middle-
bubble be?
It depends.
Okay.
Oh, it depends always where you're facing.
It depends. Like, where do you put that level? It depends if one end of it is touching the ground and the other one is. How do you put it?
No,
How
I'm
do you
leveling
put
the
that?
water. I'm putting it on top
Yeah.
of the water.
Yeah, but how? Like in the center, like
It would be floating in the air.
What I'll do is I'll build up in the canal, I'll build some bricks, and I'll get so it's just touching the top of the water, and I'll go and do that a mile down the road and build up till it touches the top of the water. Then put the piece of metal along the 2 bits of brick so they're absolutely level with the water, and the bubble will say it's level. Would that be level?
the water, the bubble says it's level.
Sorry?
Well,
Sorry,
the
I didn't
water-
catch that.
The water bubble wouldn't say it's level.
Not the water level. The canal water is level with the brick, and they're a mile apart. And then I'm going to get a straight bit of metal, completely straight, no deviation, and then, and that's the level, yeah, because I'm going to put my level on it. and that is going to be level with the water, would that still be level? Because the water's straight, and so is the straight edge.
But the water wouldn't be straight.
Right, well, he's going to put a level on it in a minute.
And
Because all he's done there is put a straight edge on top of the water. So, like, the trick's coming now in a minute.
he puts a level on what?
He puts a level on top of that piece of straight thing.
Just in the middle, right?
Well, I don't know. This is the point. Yeah, where
It
can he
depends,
put
then.
that level on that straight piece of thing to make the thing
What do you
level?
want?
Hey, no! I got a good idea. We'll have 3 bubbles.
Oh no, you can put,
How
just
about
put
that?
3. You
No,
can
no,
put
I'm
3
gonna put
levels
3
on it.
bubbles.
3 levels on the straight edge.
All 3 levels on the straight edge, yeah.
Yeah.
One at one end, one in the middle, one on the other.
Well, he can move them wherever he wants, can't he? Give him the levels to
Oh,
put wherever he wants,
oh.
and say,
Yeah, all right. See what happens then.
yeah. Go on,
Alright,
Pepe.
okay.
I've got to nip the toilet.
I'll put one in the middle and 2 on the
Just do one
right?
at a time. So what? The one in the middle would read what?
The one in the middle would read that it's straight, it's level,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
and the ones on the edges wouldn't read it's level, would read it's curved. It's not. Well, I don't know if 1 mile you would notice it, but
Well, I believe
At
there
a
should be 8
greater limit.
inches. There should be 8 inches.
8 inches. No. Stop using that formula, please. Stop using that formula. You have
Excuse me. Why are you telling him
Yeah.
to stop using that formula?
It's an approximation. There's a much better formula.
Okay, so should we say 7.988888888
No,
or something like
no.
that?
No. Are
you saying
go
that
to the
spherical
text?
geometry is not accurate, so we can't use it?
No. I'm saying that's an approximation. Go to live stream to voice text. Beb sent an image of a blackboard, the last one. There you have the drop formula.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've done this already, and that I just used a mile just because it may have been easier to, see in the mind's eye.
Yeah,
But,
okay,
that
yeah.
could have been-
Let's
that could have been-
accept that. Let's accept it. Let's accept that as for small distances it holds more or less. So let's accept.
Yeah. So the further the distance, obviously, there must be more drop.
Yeah, can I just add there, please, guys? It's accurate up to 25 miles. What's the target distance we're talking about?
Well, we've gone.
Well,
from-
it's not accurate until 25 miles.
It is accurate up to 25 miles, mate. Don't even start with me. I don't even know who the hell you are, but it is accurate up
Becky,
to 25
it's
miles.
not accurate because it's not real.
Because it's no, I'm being
It's miles off.
Becky, I'm being picky here. It's like 0.111.0001 off. Okay, it's pretty
Well,
accurate.
don't be so
I'll accept it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm being picky. I'm sorry. It's
Please
okay, I'll
don't,
accept
because
it.
Yeah.
0.11111 wouldn't even be a fingernail length, would it?
It'd be more measurement than they've ever come up with yet, wouldn't it?
You're cracking me up, mate.
Hey, I've got another one. as well.
You're full of.
You can actually, if you went to the sea and paddled out to the horizon, yeah, and then use a water level, like the tool water level, go one end of the horizon, paddle to the other end of the horizon, and see if that is level.
Could do.
It would be level. It's always level.
Sweet.
That's
That's why they call it the horizon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not only is it level, it's straight
Yeah.
without curve.
Why?
Sorry. Have
Why?
you ever took a picture and put a ruler on a horizon on the sea?
No, I haven't. But what you can do is compress them from the side.
No, I'm not on about compressing
Yeah.
anything. I'm on about literally taking a photograph that would have a span of approximately 20 miles, putting a straight edge ruler, whatever you want to call it, and it's actually there's no bulge in the middle or drop.
Okay,
or
so
anything. It's just literally a straight line.
Let me show you what I mean.
Another drawing.
Yeah.
No,
looking
it's
forward to
not
this.
a drawing this
Oh.
time.
So what?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Hey, I've got another one for you. I thought of one just before. On my canal, where's the high spot?
You said that it has like different water levels, right?
Oh, no. I said it only has one water level between the locks. You say there's a curvature. I'm asking you, along that stretch of canal, where's the high spot?
Oh, I can't post pictures, so I won't show it. There's no high. Well, yeah, there's high spot because there's different water levels. If there's locks, there's different water levels.
No. There's not. There's no locks in between these 27 miles.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Then
where's the? There's no high spot. Is that because it's level?
Yeah.
Being like straight?
No.
Oh.
Well, straight in spherical geometry, yeah.
What?
Yeah, but there has to
No, wait a minute. I can't let that go. Sorry, spot on. A straight in... Sorry? Circular geometry. Circular geometry.
Spherical.
Oh. You know there's no straight lines on spherical geometry, don't you? We did that earlier on, didn't we?
There are.
There aren't any straight lines in spherical geometry.
There are.
No, there are not. Do you want me to get it again?
Can you demonstrate the straight lines?
It's a definition.
What?
It's definition.
What definition?
The shortest path between 2 points. A geodesic, if you want.
No. That's not
No, it's a practicality.
That's not even in the axioms, though, is it? Axioms or postulates for spherical geometry. Does it mention? Does it mention straight in there? Do you want me to get it out now, before or?
Yeah.
You're gonna admit now that there's not straight mentioned anywhere, or should I get it out and show everyone, or do you want to admit it first?
Or you could just admit that you could be wrong.
He doesn't want to do that, clearly.
I could be wrong. I'm not saying I am wrong a lot of times. But
Oh, well, I think corrected.
please, Bep, go to the wiki page of spherical geometry.
Does it say there's straight lines there?
Yeah.
Does it? Does it say there's straight lines on spherical geometry in the axioms or the postulates?
Go to the point relation to Euclid's postulates.
I know what Euclid's postulates are. I can tell you what Euclid's postulates are.
Yeah.
But they're not spherical geometry, are they?
Yeah, that's true. Please go to the article.
No. What have you got?
Go to relation to Euclid's postulate.
Do you want me to get Euclid's postulates? I'll put them down.
No,
Euclid's postulates.
I want you to go to the article. I'll have to copy it for you. Here.
Yeah, go on. I'll put Euclid's postulates up. And I'll...
Is he referring to someone else's opinion of Euclid's postulates, or is Euclid referring to his own postulates?
No, Euclid had stated the Euclidean geometry, and then Euler and some other mathematicians started like expanding other postulates, other geometries.
So what's that mean? Can you...
Yeah, okay, so it says, however, it violates the other three. That means third and fifth, I think.
What's that first one, then? What's the first one of Euclid's?
Yeah. But wait. It violates the other three. Contrary to the first postulate, there is not a unique shortest right between 2 points. That's the only thing it violates. The only thing.
Right, so a straight line
isn't the shortest point between 2 points,
isn't it?
No. No, it doesn't say so. It doesn't say. It says there is not a unique shortest route. I need to point.
Yeah, so it's not a straight line.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say.
Oh, come on, man. Do you seriously think that something that is defined as being not something can be that something that it's defined as not being?
No.
No.
It's not curved.
What's not curved?
A straight line in spherical geometry is not curved in spherical geometry. If you watch it from a 3D Euclidean perspective, it is.
What?
If you're talking about spherical geometry, we have straight lines.
Yeah, there you go. I've got all the postulates for spherical geometry, postulates and axioms.
No, that's not the postulates. That's not the postulates.
It is.
Properties.
Yeah, that is.
That's
That's the postulates and axioms.
Spherical geometry obeys two of Euclid's postulates. The second postulate to produce and extend the sphere. You have to read. You have it there. Spherical geometry obeys two of Euclid's postulates, and then it says what is different in the other three.
Is that?
So those are properties. Okay, that's true. Those are properties, but those are not the postulates.
Mine aren't the postulates. Do you know what you're talking about? Because you remember earlier when you just made a load of stuff up and told me that was spherical geometry.
I didn't make that.
You didn't make them up?
No.
Are you sure? Because these ones here are the axioms and postulates for spherical geometry. I've just put them up.
No, they are not. Those are properties.
Sorry.
There's still 5 axioms. They are quite similar to Euclid.
There are more than
Spherical,
5. There are more than 5
Spherical
axioms.
geometry obeys 2 of Euclid's postulates. The second postulate to produce.
I think there's about 20. I think there's about 20 odd postulates for axioms for Euclidean geometry. I think.
There's 5 and there's properties.
I'll get my book out. Is it changed, do you think, Euclid's geometry with Euclidean geometry? Do you think it ever changed?
No.
No. So.
Well, it actually the concept as itself hasn't, but the 5th postulate has been perfected. So the 5th postulate has changed since Euclid. The fourth first haven't changed. The 5th has changed.
Just the 5th.
And it has been perfected. It hasn't been a radical change.
It's been perfected.
Yeah.
Perfected how? Come on. Do you want to give us an example of how? What do you mean by perfected? The 5th postulate. What was up with it?
So the 5th. It doesn't seem awkward, for short sentences, and then the 5th is a long sentence, and okay, so that one, a postulate, as we agree, has to be something that cannot be proved.
Is he okay for everybody else, or is he breaking up there? I can't really.
Yeah, he's breaking up a little bit.
I thought it was his accent. It's really hard to make out what you're talking about, mate. You're in and out.
Is it better now?
Slightly. We'll see.
Okay. Let's hope.
Right. Can you see what I've just put in the?
It could be Euclid rolling in his grave.
Yeah, possibly. Can you see what I've just put in the voice text chat there? Can you? How many is there?
12.
Right. How many did you say there were?
5.
So, what's that? Why do you think that's?
I think that's unsummarized.
This is unsummarized. So, this is from 1871. my little Euclidean school book. So this is what they used to teach kids back in 1871.
I'm sure it's right.
I'm sure. Do you think they've got better by taking stuff out and making only 5 of them?
No, they haven't. I was wrong.
They've got refined. You said they refined number 5, but that's number 12, isn't it? Parallel postulate.
Yeah, that's number 12 here. Yeah.
What's up with the parallel postulate?
It's actually the one that created an Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, but what's up with it?
So, axioms have to be like the simplest thing. They cannot be proven, right?
No, they're just granted, aren't they? They're sort of
So they cannot be proven.
They're they're like the rules, aren't they?
Yeah.
No, it's not that they can't be proven. They can be proven.
Yeah, they can't be proven.
No, they can be proven, because that's what this book goes on about. That's the whole idea of the elements. What he does, he lays out the groundwork. He starts with logic and explains how geometry all came around and all of that through logic. Then he explains all of the rules that you're allowed. So these are the rules, the postulates and the axioms, right? Well,
could you prove the first one?
Well. Then he gives you a compass and a square. And then you get the propositions. You get to actually prove all of this stuff. All of this stuff that he tells you about are all rules. You get to prove all of these rules. Now, within this, you also get to prove Pythagoras' theorem. That's actually prove it.
Yeah, that's not an axiom, though.
No, I'm saying
prove it from axioms.
The book.
But that's not an axiom.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the rules of Euclidean geometry are very stringent, and that's all you need. It's perfect. It's the second most popular book in the world.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with the parallel postulate? Because I bet everybody here hasn't got a clue what the hell's this geometry talking about?
It's just
no, there's nothing wrong.
Geometry.
Yeah.
It just was like a difficult one, and people were wondering if it could be reduced to. Okay, so first of all, we have to agree. Axioms can't be proven. We prove things off of them if they can't be proven.
Right.
They're granted things.
Okay, so what is the use of geometry then? What do you think? The actual use of when Euclid made this book, what do you think was the?
I have no idea.
You've no idea. Just that they were just messing about.
Yeah, why not?
It's actually, do you know what it's called, don't you? Should we have to do this again? The geometry, the meaning of the word.
Yeah, measuring Earth.
Right. So, what do you think geometry is then?
To measure Earth.
Right. So it's not. They weren't just messing about, were they? They were taking things that happen in reality, and they were finding a way of making the rules to make it so they can understand reality and measure the Earth. Does that not seem like a good idea?
It does, but you have to remember maths are abstract.
No, Euclidean geometry lasted for 2,000 years before they managed to make a new one.
Yeah.
Which brings us back to the parallel postulate.
I haven't finished it. So, people were wondering if it could actually be proven. And I think some people refined it so it was simpler. But then people started trying to prove it by contradiction. And from there, non-Euclidean geometry was born. It's actually nothing wrong, and it hasn't changed like radically, but I believe it has been like a bit modified.
Yeah. Can I have a go?
Yeah.
Parallel postulate basically says that two lines bisecting another straight line will meet if indefinitely extended on the side at which there are less than 180 degrees.
Yeah.
It takes a bit of getting your head round it. But
no. Well, it is like the most difficult one.
What's wrong with it, though? Can you...
Nothing. Nothing is wrong.
There's nothing wrong with it. So why are you not happy with it, then? Why do you think they had to make...
I'm happy.
So...
The way you're saying, it was like the most controversial one, and people were actually wondering if it could be proven.
Can you not see why they weren't happy with it? Does that not work in your head yet? Have you not worked that out?
No, it's not that they didn't think it was true. They thought that it, as an axiom, it maybe could be proven. And if it could be proven, it wouldn't be an axiom.
What?
So they were trying to reduce it to a simpler axiom. They couldn't.
No. It's just a postulate. Like it's a taken for granted thing. It's a yeah. So what do you mean they're proving it? I don't understand. What is wrong with saying that if two lines bisect another line? Nothing. Well, so
the content, what the postulate says is there's nothing wrong.
Right. Okay. So you can't see a problem with it, though.
No. Well,
no. You should see a problem with it because you're a glober, right? You have a model, don't you?
Beb, you have a very closed mind.
Sorry?
We have the closed mind? You said he has a closed mind.
Yeah, in this aspect.
Hold on. We changed our mind. We examined the globe, found it wanting, because we found different evidence. You are still stuck on your ball that is very much wanting. You have a lot of problems with your model, and you're saying we're closed-minded.
Can I get to this though?
Forgive me, but that doesn't make any sense.
Could I go on a little rant? Okay, so I think you're the closed-minded, going off topic, because...
I'm not going off topic, I'm just trying to point to you here.
Okay. Let's do this.
Yeah,
what
you're full
are
of
we
shit.
talking about?
Yeah, then we'll deal with that.
I think you have a closed mind because you have like this idea like if only one geometry can be right. No. Euclid geometry exists.
No, I'm going to point out now the fact that you have missed. Okay? And most people will miss this. But this one postulate, because it's geometry and it's Earth measurement, this one that says there are parallel lines. Basically, that's what it says. If two lines bisect an other line, then if the angles are 180 degrees in the middle of them, it's going to carry on straight. It's parallel. Would you agree with that, Pepe?
Euclidean geometry, absolutely.
Right. Do you know why that can't happen on your model?
Yeah, because it's not Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, because you need them things to meet at the poles, don't you? They have to meet at the poles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for that reason, and that reason alone, they had to make up a new geometry, and it took them 2,000 years to do it.
No.
Yes.
No. What do you mean no? Don't just hand wave it away. No, with an explanation, please.
Yeah, I'll provide it. Do you actually think that spherical geometry was actually made to fit the globe narrative? Let's say.
Well, it's to measure things on the surface of spheres, isn't it? But when they're actually doing surveying in reality, They use Euclidean geometry. That's weird, isn't it?
Not in geodetic surveying.
What I'm hearing is you're saying no simply because you can't fathom it.
No,
Which is a logical fallacy. No, that's exactly what you're doing, man.
Let me explain.
That is exactly what you're doing.
Let me explain that no.
Go ahead.
So the spherical geometry, as I said, first of all, they started like fiddling with the fifth axiom, and they started trying to prove it by contradiction. And they found that if they changed it and they changed some axioms, that set of axioms was actually consistent and created a new geometry. That's how these different geometries started. Nothing to do with fitting an Earth curvature or
how did they find it
consistent? Like that.
So you just made a claim. I would like to hear
it. You have your axioms. You develop what if this axiom is true and this axiom is true. What else is true? If there's no contradictions, they are consistent.
Okay, and what are they?
It depends on the geometry.
We're talking about a very specific geometry.
Spherical. You want spherical.
Okay, well then continue.
So the first one, a geodesic. Let's call it that because you don't like with its straight line. A geodesic may be drawn from 2 points, and a non-unique geodesic. Second one. Where is it? I don't have it. I don't have them memorized.
Someone's beating drums. Stop beating drums. Please.
I'm sorry.
That's right. No worries.
Okay, second. To produce a finite line continuously in a straight line. That's that whole. To describe a circle with in Euclid is with any center and distance. In spherical geometry, there's a maximum distance, a maximum radius. Obviously, you cannot make an infinite radius sphere or a more than a radius of a sphere. A circle. 4 all right angles are equal to each other. That's true. And the parallel postulate that doesn't hold.
All right angles will be equal to each other on each individual sphere, wouldn't they? Like a right angle wouldn't be the same on a smaller sphere as a bigger sphere, would it? It would be different, wouldn't it?
No.
So all right angles on the sphere would be the same.
No,
but not every sphere.
Yeah, why not?
What?
Why not?
Because there's a different curve on each different sphere.
And what does it mean?
Because the right angles aren't 90 degrees, are they?
Yeah, they can still be.
What?
You can always draw a 90-degree angle. And they will be equal.
Really?
Yeah. Show me any two 90-degree angles in two different spheres that are not equal.
Go on then. You do it. It's your geometry.
No,
I was asking you. Can you imagine a little tiny sphere and put a right angle on that, and then imagine a massive sphere that's nearly got a normal right angle? Would they be both the same right angles?
Yeah. You have to think that right angle is right at the point they meet. But when we draw this box, that's.
I only have one concept of a right angle. That is 90 degrees. Yeah. That's the only right angle I can understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not what happens on a sphere. So I don't. You've lost me already by saying all right angles are the same. Because
it happens.
They're not.
In a sphere. Why not?
Because a right angle that I know has two straight sides.
No, it doesn't have.
What?
Are you
Sorry,
telling me?
what?
Yeah. Are you telling me that the right angle that I know isn't a right angle?
No.
Oh.
Rectangle, it's perfectly fine, and it's the only one there is. But I don't understand how it couldn't be in a sphere.
A water level. Okay, if you got, because you've got spherical geometry, therefore the water level isn't horizontal.
No.
But a water level determines a horizontal.
Well, but not because we have spherical geometry.
No, not because we've got spherical geometry. Why is it then? Why is the water level not level, but a water level is horizontal? Like I keep getting mixed up here because I think level is horizontal. It's the same thing. Honestly, I'm struggling to understand how you can separate the two. That's my big problem. It's quite a big problem, actually.
My problem is that you can seem to separate water level and water level as a whole and water level as the instrument.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I think I've proved it to you quite a few times.
So if you accept the differentiation, why they're different is that the water level generally it's not low.
Your mic's going a bit funny again, mate. It's in and out.
So a water level, it's local. The water level as a whole is not local.
Okay, so when does it stop being local? At what point does a water level stop being horizontal? Please.
It never is actually.
Well, it never is horizontal.
No.
Citations, please.
You've just said it's locally level. Like when you said locally, then did you not mean locally? Did you mean?
Cite your sources, please. I call absolute fucking horseshit.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
I don't need sources. Like sources would be appealing to
sources. Yeah, you don't need sources.
We can analyze the sources.
Don't need sources to say
the credibility of the sources. I'm looking for the sources so I can analyze the shit out of it because you're full of shit. So please post your sources because you're full of shit and you know it.
No sources.
No sources.
No sources.
Yeah, we know there's no sources.
Shit out of your ass.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah.
So, Pepega, do you know of a time where someone has measured the supposed 8 inches per mile squared of curvature that we've been told is there? Do you have an example of when this has happened?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, when's that? Could you post it?
The first thing is experiment, Albiron's experiment.
Why have you been keeping this from me? I've been after this for ages.
What was that? Did you
Wolfgang comes along and you just go, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Wolfie, have this.
You just cut into the chase. When did someone do this?
The first thing is did. Albiron did too.
Queue up Discovery Channel or
get in line,
Bedford.
Boy. You want glow proof? Get in line. Okay. Wait patiently. And there's about 7 billion people behind me.
Can we just say to all of the ballers listening, like, let's give Pepe a round of applause, please. Come. At least he's here.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Well done for playing the Bev level.
Can you bring anybody else in, do you reckon? No.
Hold on. There's a guy called, I can't be bothered, Piker Legend 58. He's only just got a lobby role, but he's messaging me about droplets of water. I can't be bothered to read the last 2 messages he sent me. It's long because I've got to mute him.
You found curvature on the droplet, yeah?
Sorry, buddy. He's found curvature on a droplet of water on the leaf.
Yeah, nice.
That's where he's going.
Dome.
Yeah.
Is that the dome? Is he claiming proof of a dome through a water droplet?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, man, he might be. Good man.
His voice verified, so he's got control of his own mic if he wants to unmute himself. So Piker Legend 58, you've got voice verification. You can use your microphone when you want.
We're not forgetting about Pepe. You can come back in at any point, Pepe, with your proof for Wolfgang.
I have no proof.
You have no proof, did you just say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So why do you believe it's a spinning ball then?
I have no proof because in science, we don't prove things.
Oh, right.
We do an observation, and then from that observation...
But your observation is actually not that it's curved, is it?
I have observed.
So wait a minute. In science, have they proved that the water level isn't
they haven't proved nothing.
horizontal?
They have proved nothing.
Oh.
Okay,
but you were stating it was.
Someone measured the 8 inches per mile squared, and you said you had that.
Well, that's measurement, yeah. That's not proof.
Well, if someone measured it...
Yeah, it's not proof. I don't... Yeah, just the measurement will do.
Someone wrote it down.
Who was
did they measure it? Did they write it down?
Who was it, though?
No, I actually don't know of any experiment that has measured and drew up.
That's pretty weird, isn't it?
From a
Because they all
distance.
tell us that it's definitely a ball, but the only way you could really know that is by measuring the surface and its convexity.
Right? Really?
Really? Yeah. It's an observation and measurement question when you're dealing with a shape. You observe it, you measure it.
I mean, you understand that.
Aren't there any other methods of knowing that?
Well, if you want to know what you're standing on, you should measure what you're standing on.
Yeah. So you've got to look at it first, and then you measure it.
Well, people have measured the radius.
So, sorry, who's measured the radius? Who's dug down to the centre of the Earth and measured from there to the... That would be measurement, a physical requirement to the centre, to a radius to the centre of the sphere. Yes.
So you to measure, you have to have a measuring tape and bring that tape.
But when you said measure, when you said measure, I assumed you meant doing it physically. Measuring something. You're going to say calculate, aren't you?
Measure and then calculate. Yeah.
Yeah. So measure. So when was the radius of the Earth measured, or was it calculated?
It was calculated
right,
from a
so
measurement.
It was from a measurement. So what was that measurement?
There have been several. Eratosthenes very well.
No, Eratosthenes didn't measure. He calculated the circumference of a presupposed ball with an already apparently, according to you, measured R value. No, that isn't what happened with Eratosthenes. Presupposition was already a ball, he was on circumference.
Yeah, he measured an angle of a shadow, apparently. That's the only thing he measured.
To an apparent light source in the sky, which he was already on a presupposed ball when he did so. The light source was at an infinite quotation marks. If you're moving around it, how the fuck do we do that? Distance away. So, yeah, problems.
Okay, so another one. This is less known. It was later by an Arabian guy called Al-Biruni.
Alberoni. Oh, yeah. Go on. This one too.
Recalculation.
Yeah.
There we go.
Did he measure anything?
No, I think he just recalculated, didn't he?
Oh, did he just recalculate?
Yeah, I think he used a
sphere?
bit better maths, I think.
Oh, okay.
No presupposition.
Oh, so he wasn't already on a ball. Awesome. Is it the second half of the affirmative the consequent formula which fallacy he did? Let's find out. So what did he do, Alberini?
Do you know what he did?
Have you got?
You seem to know.
Have you got a link for us? Are you going to give us a link?
We can all Google it.
Yeah, I can Google it if you want. Should I look for it, or are you going to give me a?
No, let's do what he's.
I can look for it, so it's like what I'm referring to.
Alberini doesn't get brought up quite a bit, so I do want to be.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah,
I'd like to understand it if we're going to talk about it. So yeah, we're looking for measurement.
You would think someone would have done this a bit more recently, though, wouldn't you?
Nah, it's fine. Alberini.
Nah, it's all good.
It's alright.
They had sticks. What more do you want?
You get it. I've got a wiki for you. That's always the first one, but may not be the best. But you'll get it. You get a general idea, I guess.
His experiment.
That's what Pepe's going to be using, right? This is your source, is it?
No, that one.
You've got a better source.
A paper here that talks about it and talks about other things. Egypt.
Well, it's not the Afghan Minister of Higher Education, is it? Alberoni University.
No.
No, that one that I've put, that's the right dude, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. It's in page 3.
What are we looking for?
A drawing.
Geography and geodesy. That bit would be in that bit, will it? Oh, there you go. Bruni devised a method of determining the Earth's radius by means of the observation of a height of a mountain. Very nice. Nadanda in Pindadan Khan, present-day Pakistan.
Mountain, therefore globe. Brilliant.
Wait a minute, I'm find out once we get to his result. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. He was heavily interested in the workings of the Earth and included research about the planet in many of his works. The result of his discovery of radius measurement was due to Bruni's arduous research about the Earth. Woo! He's done it all. You don't need to carry on. Landmass.
He found the curve by researching what?
It says he deduced its existence on the basis of his accurate estimations of the Earth's circumference.
That doesn't mean nothing.
Well, it was accurate estimations. Oh, come on.
Accurate estimations of what?
Of the Earth's circumference.
Just it's already on a fucking ball.
It also says he's a geocentrist. So you're a geocentrist.
No.
There you go.
I'm not saying he's the god and all he said is right. I'm saying he did an experiment to measure the radius of Earth.
Not a measurement. It's a calculation based on a presupposition.
They've never just do one thing either as well, these people. There's always loads of
How
shit.
did they know? How did they know to measure it as a ball if they didn't know it was a ball?
Oh, me, you gave it away.
It's just an estimation.
Measure it as a ball.
No, he didn't measure.
It was an accurate.
See, this is the thing we want. We knew it was a ball. Okay, how? When?
No,
How was this bit proven?
You're missing it, guys. It's an
we're missing lots of
accurate
things.
estimation. He didn't even calculate anything.
No, it's an estimation.
He just estimated the thing. He went, well, I don't know.
No, babe, you're misinterpreting that.
It was accurate, though. It was accurate.
Hold on. Who's saying you're misinterpreting? Who is that?
Me.
Who's me? What's the name?
Pepega. Lul.
Who?
Pepe Galoo. Pepe Galoo.
That's it.
Pepe Galoo.
It's the guy underneath.
Okay, so how did they determine that it was a ball before that?
That's it.
They had the typical things appearing from the bottom up. All the cosmology, like the workings of the sun, planets, everything.
Hold on, how long ago was this?
We haven't got to this one yet. We're just getting through when the Earth was proven to be a ball. So we've gone through Aristosthenes. We've done to my man just a second ago, Al-Biruni, and now we're on to his next claims about how the Earth was already proven to be a ball and another presupposition of why birds go over the curve.
Okay.
Yeah, Al-Biruni, yeah. So
okay,
that's where we are.
1000, year 1000.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'm gonna post a picture for you. Okay. Which one of these is on a curved surface, and which one is on flat surface?
I don't.
Now, if you'll notice, they have the exact same measurement. Poles are identical. Shadows are in the identical position.
Yes.
They're both 90 degrees to the light source. The first one is actually 90 degrees exactly under the light source. Which one is on a curved surface? Which one is on a flat surface?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
You don't know? How would you know? How would you know?
Adding another stick. Or doing it in different places.
So have another stick? Okay. Because guess what? I have another stick. Let me post that for you. Same exact measurement.
How do you know? Have you actually measured the angle?
Same exact. Yes, because you see those little marks? Those are at 1 inch each. The last one, both of those are at 2 inches. The middle one is at 1 inch, and the first one is at 0. Explain it.
No.
Explain how you can have the same shadows cast on a flat surface as on a round surface. Go ahead, explain it to me. What's the independent variable? What's the independent variable you would need to manipulate to figure it out?
This is not an experiment.
I'm asking you what you would need to manipulate to figure out which one of those was which.
The position of the sticks.
No, the position of the sticks are identical. It's on a piece of
So
board
you have to
that I
manipulate
can bend. What have I manipulated?
You would find discrepancies.
No, what have I manipulated?
The position of the sticks.
No, I've not manipulated the position of the sticks. The light source is 90 degrees above the first stick in both of them.
Also, yeah, you haven't. I thought you were asking what you have.
Give them a choice of things to select from. So not the sticks, the light source.
Is it the sticks, the ground, or the light source that is the independent variable?
There's no independent variable. There's no experiment.
It's just the thing he's going to be able to manipulate, the thing that changes, right? It's cause the effect.
It's the secondary definition of experiment where I can create a model and do one inside that. It doesn't prove either model. I'm not saying this proves a model.
Neither are I.
Okay?
But that's not an experiment.
So, but I have an independent variable in this that I manipulated. And it's one of those sticks, three things. It's one of those three things. Which is it?
Number of sticks you manipulate.
It's not the number of sticks.
Right, so that's like the fourth time you said the sticks. You've now got to choose between the light source and the fucking floor.
Which one is the one I manipulated?
Sorry, I thought you were okay. Yeah, it's the floor. I thought you were saying between the two sticks and the
it's
three
not
sticks.
the floor. I've actually told you the answer. I said the light source is above 90 degrees above the first stick in both of them. So what did I actually manipulate if the light source is in the exact same position?
The floor?
No.
It's different.
It's the light source that was manipulated. All I did was change its distance. It's in the same exact position. One is closer, one is farther away. That's it. That's it.
Basically, that's Aristosthenes in a nutshell.
Yeah.
It's an affirmative, consequent, formal, logical fallacy because it says this can only happen on a curved surface, but it doesn't only happen on a curved surface.
It proves neither model. It proves nothing.
How can you tell this? How can you tell that from this measurement?
You. It tricked you when you saw it was when it was just the two sticks. Aristophanes only did 2 wells, didn't he? 2 sticks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did he know off of 2 sticks when you couldn't tell the difference?
No, he already knew. He already knew that the Earth was round.
Really?
How?
Yeah. So
how did he know?
How?
So who told him it was round?
20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Where did he find out it was round?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're just full of crap.
See, this is.
Yeah,
the
we've
thing.
been saying that for the last half.
We can hand wave dismiss everything you're saying now because you can't provide a source.
It's fine to not know, but just say.
No, I don't know where
He said he doesn't need to provide a source. He said he has no source.
Yeah, he's just admitting there's nothing. That
You
it's
see
just
the problem with that.
Aristophanes just pulled it out of his butt, right?
What are your experiences?
See, we'd already figured out that Aristophanes was working on a presupposition. Same with Al-Biruni. So, same with the reason for ships disappearing over the curve as well. They said that was only possible on a curved surface, and there are more than one reason why things can disappear from the bottom up. It doesn't need a curved surface; it happens on a flat surface. So there's more than 3 reasons why that could happen. So we don't want the presuppositional bit of the Earth being a ball, and this is an exploratory reason of to how and why. We want the proof. When was it discovered to be a ball? Proven, the R value measured to circumference measurements, not calculations based on presupposition. That's the point.
I have no idea when it was
And
first
it's okay
discovered.
to say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, why don't you just say I don't know? What is it with your this moral imperative you have for giving an answer?
I've been saying
It's
I
that
don't know
cognitive
for all
dissonance,
this
man.
conversation.
Oh, man.
Then why are you defending something that you don't know?
Yeah, just be honest. It's cool. No
I
one's
don't know.
expecting you to know everything.
It's
You
okay.
can
I
just
don't
say,
know
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. I think we got to wheel it out now. So if we're gonna make claims to the Earth already being proven and stuff, and really be really honest with all of your answers, if you're going to say that you don't know, then you don't know. Then if I was to ask you how you stopped gas from going away, how would you answer that question?
With gravity.
With gravity, so you already know where we're going with this one, yeah? We're talking about antecedent consequent relationships. We were talking about containers being the volume that gas resides in, and a mechanism now that goes against natural law, i.e. the mechanism by which entropy is denied, as gravity. So that's what we're going to go down, yeah?
It doesn't go against any natural law.
It goes against entropy. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
No.
It goes against what gas does, to keep it as plain and simple as we can. It goes against the second law of thermodynamics when we're talking about how energy...
Why isn't the gas at the top of the atmosphere flying off into space? How did we get pressure in the first place? Tell us how we got pressure on Earth.
When Earth was formed, there was like...
When it was formed? What do you mean it was formed? That's a bold declaration. What do you mean formed?
Well, I'm talking about my explanation of things. Maybe you don't
Where
believe
did the gas come from?
From the Big Bang.
From what?
Big Bang.
Yeah, well, all we're going to get...
came from the Big Bang.
Oh, you're absolutely full of fucking shit.
I think all we're going to get is a repetition of the story as to how and why all of this is happening, because we're breathing right, so it must exist. So it's either you understand that gravity's not going to be a good enough answer because you can't scientifically prove it, either of them, and there's more than one. Therefore, obviously, they haven't been able to prove anything.
anything. Science doesn't prove
No,
anything.
no, you can't, because science is very strictly defined, and it can
No, it's
only
not.
demonstrate cause and effect relationships as it is. It's a method.
No.
Science. Hold on. At
He
what
did say.
temperature does water boil? At 14 psi, what temperature does water boil every time when heat is applied?
100 Celsius.
Okay, congratulations. That's a scientific fact. It is proved. Done. We have facts. We can figure out truths. So don't say science doesn't prove things. You're full of crap or a liar. Took me 2 seconds to debunk what you said. Took me 2 seconds to turn you on your head and shake your money out of you.
Yeah. How did you prove? What did you prove there?
That
It proves that your statement that science doesn't prove anything is false. Just at face value, it's false.
Science provides a description of the world.
Okay, what is science? If you understand what it is, what is it?
It's the endeavor of humanity to describe nature.
All right, I'll let you go with that one. How do we do that?
There's no definite method to go about.
There is. It's called the scientific method. It's how experiments are made.
Yeah.
Do you know what an experiment is?
I do.
Okay, so if I was to tell you what an experiment is, a hypothesis test, would you agree or disagree?
Agree. A hypothesis test, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the scientific method is a way by which we formulate our hypothesis and then we test it in an experiment and repeat and validate it. Yes, it is. Okay, so
experiment is a method and inside the scientific method, but the scientific method is not only an experiment.
The scientific method is the description of a hypothesis and its testing, which is the experiment. That's what the scientific method is.
Yeah. Lord Bacon gave this to us. It's way older than your postmodern ideas of what science are. Okay? It's been 500 years, buddy.
No, actually.
Let's see. Okay. So what you're going to claim, if you try and let this one go, is that gravity, the thing that you claim is the antecedent to gas pressure, you can't scientifically prove. It's a problem. I mean, it's true. You can't. You're right. But it's a fucking problem, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're saying science can't prove anything, then what justifies you moving in the globe?
No, I'm not proving it. I'm saying my description of the world is gas is held by gravity.
Yeah,
that's
we
the
understand.
best thing I can do.
Okay, yeah, we understand what your description of the world is with the heliocentric model, the ball spinning in space. We understand that. We're trying to tell you that if you look closer into your description, it's wrong, it's flawed, it can't fundamentally work because you need a physical to keep gas. If you don't have a physical barrier, gas is going to disperse into the next available space where it reaches. That's what gas does. The gravity thing, whichever one you're talking about, it's got no science behind it. Therefore, there's no demonstration, whichever gravity you're talking about, being the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. No science, no demonstration. It goes against natural law. Gas fills space. Welcome to the Flat Earth
No
Circle.
science behind gravity. Why not?
But you can't science it, right?
It was formulated from science.
I didn't understand that.
I didn't tell you.
It was formulated using science.
No, it wasn't
formulated using science. Describe how it was formulated using science.
It wasn't formulated using science. Gravity
It sure wasn't.
law, or the sticky glue working on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball spinning in space, the vacuum thereof. That's what gravity is. So either the mechanism that keeps it all together, or the hijacking of dropping rocks.
You say so?
Yeah, it is. Because how else would you describe gravity? Without either a ball doing something in space.
Yeah.
Either its mass being so big, pulling things towards it, mass attracting mass, or sitting in the fabric of space-time, bending and warping it because it's so big, so much mass. So presuppositional what the Earth is.
Yeah.
And does.
If it's flat, you don't need it. Why does the helium balloon go up?
Because of buoyancy.
No.
No.
Density. Density, not
Buoyancy.
buoyancy.
Well, yeah. Density. Buoyancy. Density affects buoyancy.
No, it's just density.
It's buoyancy.
Helium will rise without the balloon. You know, doesn't need buoyancy.
Yeah.
It's just density. It's less dense
It's buoyancy.
air around it. That's not buoyancy.
Why not?
That's not buoyancy. That's
Why not?
density.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? I'm telling you it's not. What do you mean, why not? Because it's not. Are you asking me why a pencil is not a toothbrush, too?
Okay, ask him to define what he thinks buoyancy is.
Yeah, what is buoyancy? Go ahead.
Yeah. My man, sorry. Don't talk
Buoyancy
through someone
is
else.
like, I'll define buoyant force is the force like that is acted upon an object submerged in a medium. So buoyancy is the result of that force. Yeah.
Alright. If I was to say to you the helium balloon rises lighter than the medium, the air that it is in, it is lighter density. It is not as dense as the denser medium of the air. That's why the helium balloon rises, right?
Because air around it pushes it up.
There's lots of forces going on, but the helium balloon itself is lighter than the medium around it, so it's going up.
By the way, buoyancy is derivative. By the way, you have to have density. You have to have layers of density before you have buoyancy. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I was saying that.
we're getting down to stuff. We're not talking about stuff in the delta. We're talking about the river. Okay. Do you understand? Don't take us downstream. We're talking about sources. Density is where it comes from. You don't have buoyancy without density.
And with
the helium balloon rises ultimately because of density.
And gravity. Without gravity, you don't have buoyancy.
No, it rises because it is less dense than the air around it.
So, without gravity, it doesn't.
Okay, so you're going to claim gravity. That's your claim. Prove it.
Doesn't.
You have to prove gravity before you can make that claim.
Where's your experiment? Where's your experiment proving gravity? We can prove water boils when heat is applied to it. Right down to the temperature. So you show us the facts. Show us the experiment with an independent variable and a valid hypothesis. Go ahead.
I don't have that.
Huh?
No proving.
No problem. Oh. This guy's won the Nobel Prize. He's going to show
No, he said no proving. He's got no proof. He's admitted that a fair few times. No proof.
What are you arguing for?
So my defense to gravity is
you do realize that right now, all the talking heads are talking about a crisis in cosmology, and they're about to undo Einstein because gravity and none of this stuff works. So in the next 5 or 10 years, they're going to undo all that. You realize that, right? Just like they did it to Newton in 1915. It's coming again because they can't explain anything and they don't know how anything works. And you're just going to sit here and say, no, it's true because I know it.
Hold tight. He just said they know a lot works. Do you want me to tell you how wrong they are when we talk about what space is and does?
Yes, please.
What is it, 10 to the 120th power off?
Yeah, Michikaku, yes.
So they're 10 to the 120th power off with what the sky is and does. No, mate, I don't know shit.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about they're gonna start replacing shit soon.
That only discrepancy means they know nothing, right?
Well, if you were that much,
if you have a discrepancy that big, that means you don't know jack.
It's not like going home from getting your homework and have the red cross next to it and a see me afterwards. You're 10 to the negative 120th power off.
That means you've got 99 out of 100 wrong on your test.
Yeah. And you're nitpicking, you're daring to nitpick after listening to all this shit for what, an hour and a half, 2 hours? How long have you been here? Holy shit, bro.
Dude, that's all he's done.
Hey, maybe this is just part of his journey of waking up.
No, he's wasting time. He was put here for a reason to waste
No,
time.
he's not. He's here. He's here to let everybody realise how ridiculous these people sound.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. It's going out on live stream. People are going to hear this kind of waffling, these uncertainties, these vagaries, these impossible contradictions. And everybody who's got any common sense knows there's no contradictions in nature. There's a contradiction, then the assertion is wrong.
Okay, I just want to say, don't take me like the maximum authority. Yeah, I don't know things. I may be insecure about things. That doesn't mean science is. Don't take me as the maximum exponent or anything.
Hey,
just a guy.
Tell us what a scientist is. Tell us what a scientist is.
What?
Did you say you're not a scientist?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist.
Okay, tell us what a scientist is.
Right here.
Someone who does science.
Someone who what?
Does science.
Someone who
does science.
No.
And
Bravo, mate.
No.
Brilliant.
Well, I
guess that's right.
Yeah, I guess he's right.
He probably thinks math is science.
Yeah, I know, but this is the point where we're going to agree with him, but point out where he's probably wrong. So yeah, we agree with you. A scientist is someone who does science. Science being defined by the method, the hypothesis building, then testing. That's what the method is. So if the scientist is doing that, then he's a scientist. If he's not doing that, not a scientist.
Okay, yeah, true. I sent a video, and it's like one of the last ones. Maybe you have seen. It's what, for me, the best definition of the scientific method ever done.
Best definition. Let's look at this. Yes, Richard Feynman. If your results do not match reality, guess what's wrong? Your theory's wrong, no matter how beautiful it is. Now, on that note, let's look at this picture. Hold on that note, let's look at this picture that's 255. And let's see if your video that you just posted that I can recite from memory. Mm-hmm. I have that video in my favorites, by the way, because I use that all the time. Right before I use this photo that I'm going to show you. Hold on.
So, do you agree with his scientific?
Hold on. Let me get it.
Do we agree with what? Sorry.
With the scientific method he exposed.
I 100% agree with him. I 100% agree with as if your formula or your hypothesis does not match reality, then it's your idea that is wrong. Your math is wrong. Everything you're asserting is wrong, no matter how beautiful it is. Now, I posted a picture in there. If you live on a ball that's 24,901 miles in circumference, this picture should be impossible. It should be impossible. Because this is over double the distance that you should see on a ball.
Okay.
You should not see any of those mountains. All that land over there should be down below the curve, around the corner, on the other side of a ball. The horizon should end at 118 miles from that altitude. You understand?
Okay.
That means your math does not match reality. Now, since you posted the Feynman video to us, where he says if your math doesn't match reality, then you got to throw out the math. Are you going to do that now? Are you going to be honest and do that?
Do you know what the math is?
Not yet.
We are.
I'll give you the explanation. Like, okay, you can say it's an excuse.
It's not a matter of explanation. The math for the globe is set in stone. It is seared into the idea. It is 24,901 miles circumference. That is 8 inches per mile squared from the observer, which means at 10 miles you're going to have 66 foot of drop. At 100
8 inches
miles,
per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared, yes. That means at 100 miles, it's the 6,667 foot of drop, of bulge.
But that doesn't take into account the height of the observer.
Right, gonna jump in very quickly. This is the base, the curve. Your foot to the thing that you're observing, the bottom of that, or at any altitude, and the bottom of the thing if it's at the same altitude. Whatever the circle is, this is the function for it. All right, before we start conflating terms.
Yeah, and by the way, the altitude is taken into account in this photo. It's at 9,000.
In this photo, in this photo.
9,284 feet. 9,284 feet. At that altitude, the horizon should end the leading edge of a globe sphere at 118 miles. That's 255 miles, those mountains. There's one mountain in there that is 7,756 feet tall. The bulge at 118 miles is 12,850 feet. How is it visible? The entire thing is visible. That is a discrepancy of a mile. A mile. At the top of that little mountain should be a mile under the curvature. We see the whole thing, the foothills leading up to it, the little towns and villages in front of it, and even the shoreline. Your math does not match reality.
And that's why
what I was saying doesn't take into account curvature, 8 miles per 8 inches per mile squared. That doesn't take into account height.
Yeah, the height. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. The observer height is taken into account.
Yeah.
You think that we're stupid enough to not incorporate the observer height?
Now,
Are you?
First of all, if you look at the image and you look over in the bottom right-hand corner, all right, that's an Earth curve calculator. It does use the proper
I'm not saying that. Yeah,
it doesn't just average 8 inches per mile squared.
I agree.
It takes into account everything. That's the DizHub.
I agree.
That's the Google calculator. Thank you. Yes. So I'm right.
What I was saying, what I'm referring to, is that if you use the 8 inches per mile squared, for me, you're not taking into account the height. In this image, you're taking it into account. I'm not saying you're not. Just clarifying.
It is taken into account. Go read it in the bottom right-hand corner.
Just going to clear this up, because when we mentioned that 8 inches per mile squared, like I said, that's the base of the circle, right, with the radius. Then when you use the Earth curve calculator or any calculation to figure out what you should be seeing, obviously you have to put in the next values into your equation. The observer height, the distance to the fucking thing, and the height of the thing you're observing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
So,
and that's what was done. That's what was done. Yeah, done. Your math doesn't work. Your math doesn't work. At ground level in that same area, your sight distance should be 3 miles.
Dude, you're going to have to watch what you're saying, Meme. You're talking about level. You can't talk about a level to this dude. You're not talking about the same thing.
Let me ask this dude one thing. Let's say someone had a level that was 10,000 miles long and matched the curvature of the Earth perfectly, right? A level. Because you think curve is actually level, right? Because it's all pulling to the center of mass, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Where's the bubble land? Where does the bubble land?
Anywhere.
Okay. So it's meaningless. So what you're admitting is that it's unfalsifiable. That's just a stupid assertion. If the bubble lands anywhere, then you've just said level's useless. We can't use it for anything. Because it's indeterminable. You understand, right?
Yeah.
Bev, congratulations on getting mod, man.
Cheers, dude.
Congrats,
man. So no measurable curve, observable and measurable using your ball math. That's why we're here, because there's no ball.
Yeah, Jake, that's not the original picture. It's the same guys from Beyond Horizons who took this picture. They're part of a group that go out there all the time and take these pictures now. It's not something that's happening once a year or so.
I mean, returning to the scientific method.
You're chopping up. I
Discussion.
can't understand you.
Oh, sorry. Is it now better?
I don't know. Try it again.
Yeah, I'll try. Returning to the scientific method discussion. Have you seen? Have you watched the video? All the video, like the scientific method steps he follows and he states. Do you agree with those?
Who?
Who? Feynman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that video. I use that video a lot
Yeah.
because globeheads don't use that method.
Yeah.
We use that method because we're actually looking for truth, not confirmation. He's specifically speaking to people who are looking for confirmation of the theory that they believe. That's who he's talking to in that video. He's not talking to truth seekers. Truth seekers just look at data blind and say, whatever it tells me, it's going to tell me.
Either is explaining this method.
Well, first you need to observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
Then you need to create a hypothesis.
No. I'm referring to Feynman one. Do you know it? You know the first step?
Yeah.
Hold on. You describe to me what you think the scientific method is.
Okay. Feynman defines it like this. First of all, we make a guess. It doesn't matter the guess.
You make a what?
A guess.
A guess? A guess. Oh, hold on. What are you making a guess about?
Anything.
Anything? No. So you just.
What do you want to know about?
A guess? No, you have to make a guess about what? Guesses don't come out of the ether.
Okay, yeah.
You don't piss them out in the toilet. Where do guesses come from?
Let me be specific.
Guesses are the second step of a rational human mind having observed something. Observation is step one.
No.
Your guess, your hypothesis is always step two. How are you going to make a hypothesis if you haven't observed anything?
You can.
How are you going to make a hypothesis if you haven't observed anything natural? How?
You can invent anything.
No, because that's what science doesn't do. Science studies the physical and natural world. Right, not supernatural, not non-physical, not made-up concepts and ideas. Science studies the physical and natural world.
Okay, so let me give you an example. You have tested one thing. That thing is true, right?
What?
Thing? What
anything?
You're starting at step two. You're starting at step two.
No, wait a moment.
It's like you don't have a box
I'm not talking about
test and you just open it up and there's test. You have to have something you're testing. There is a step one. There is a logical step before that. How do you understand that? No, you will back up. You will say what the guess came from. You will first tell us what the guess came from before you go on. Go ahead.
Can I give you an example?
Yes, please.
Okay. Imagine you've tested something. That something is true.
What something? You can't just
anything.
say I'm testing
It's an example.
Something.
Anything.
But hold on.
I'm not talking about scientific method right now.
Hold on. Did you decide to test the something before you knew it was a something? Or did you see the something and then decide to test the something?
I'm assuming, okay? You have followed all steps.
You can't assume.
No.
In order to test
it's an example.
In order to test something, you had to see the something before you decided to test it.
Okay. Let's assume that you've seen it. You know something.
So you've observed it
you've
first.
Tested.
So you have observed it first. Thank you very much.
Agree. Wait.
Thank you.
Now.
Observation is step one, then hypothesis.
Wait a moment. Now,
I guess it's a hypothesis.
You have something true, right? You have something that you have concluded.
Oh, I have to prove.
Yeah, okay. So from that true, you say, okay, if this is true, I know that this other thing, or I suppose this other thing must be true. That's a hypothesis, no observation, just a thinking. If it is true, maybe it is true.
So
Let's find it out.
let's just make sure we're on the same page. You have to have your observation, then a hypothesis, which is your guess, right?
Mm.
And you're guessing that
the way
something that you
Feynman-
observed. You're guessing the cause of something you observed, right?
No.
Well, then what are you doing?
Feynman puts it. Guess can come from wherever you want. Maybe the guess is crap. Maybe the guess is crap, and
you're gonna have to fix the input on your mic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to ask you to change the word guess, because ultimately you're asking a question about something.
No.
You're asking a question.
That's what you say. I'm talking about what Feynman. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he says a guess, so I'll stick with the guess.
Okay. That'd be your hypothesis into what causes that.
Hypothesis is an educated guess. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's what a hypothesis is. Feynman was just being jovial when he said guess. It's a hypothesis.
No.
You got an You just said I agree.
Yeah.
You just said I agree.
I was saying Feynman wasn't jovial.
He was being jovial. I am an American. I understand his tone and what he was saying much better than you do. We live and breathe sarcasm and joviality. That is our culture. I understand it. When he's saying, basically, it's a guess. He was being a Captain Kirk. Come on.
But he actually states the guess can be any guess. Can come from wherever you want.
They call a hypothesis an educated guess.
Yeah, you got a guess to answer a question, haven't you? The question is, what causes that? That's the hypothesis, a supposition, an educated guess into what causes that. It either does or it doesn't. This will be your alternate hypothesis. It does cause the effect. Or your null hypothesis. It doesn't cause the effect.
Yeah.
You will guess that.
You're not looking to prove anything. You are looking to test a hypothesis. You're not looking to prove your hypothesis is true.
Yeah.
You're blindly looking to test if it is true or if it is false.
Agreed.
And finding out that your hypothesis is wrong is a success. That's a successful experiment because then you've eliminated that as a variable.
Okay, so let me continue with Feynman's method.
Okay.
You make a guess. Doesn't matter the guess. It can be a crap guess, but then your experiment will be correct. You make a guess. Then you compute the consequences of that guess. What would happen if that guess was true? Then you compare that consequences with reality. And now what you say, if it agrees with reality, it's
What's
right.
the independent variable?
That's in an experiment.
You're trying to philosophical your way through an experiment here?
Where did gravity come
An experiment is only a method of comparing it. But there's more.
No, an experiment has an independent variable and a dependent variable.
Yeah,
the independent variable is the thing that you have to wiggle to make sure that it is actually the cause of the dependent variable.
But
so how do you do that?
Science isn't exclusively experiments. There's more than
my God! It is. It is most exclusively experiments. Sorry, me.
Yeah, it's all right. If your guess is a force, that's your presumed cause, which is your independent variable. So how do you manipulate that force?
No.
Yes.
That's what he's talking about.
That is why no one has won. That is why no one has won. That is why no one has won the Nobel Prize for discovering gravity. Because nobody can find it.
Nobody has discovered gravity.
Nobody has discovered gravity. You go look up a video. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson on Star Talk. They ask him, "What's gravity?" He says, "I have no idea." He said, "We can describe its effects, and if I were to say it in a very Einsteinian way, it's the bending of space and time." And then he says, "But what it is, we don't know that." Sorry, dude. George Musa, professor of astrophysics, says Gravity is not a force. Gravity is called a pseudo force. What does pseudo mean? It means apparent, not real.
No. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain what a pseudo force is?
Apparent and not real.
Yeah, but no.
If somebody calls you a pseudo intellectual, that's an insult because it means you're not really an intellectual.
Yeah.
If somebody says pseudo force, it means it's not a real force.
No.
Yes.
Well, more or less,
yes.
a pseudo force.
Don't trump me, man. Don't trump me, man. I do the trumping around here, and I always say wrong.
Can I explain what it is? Okay, so
sure.
in physics,
tell us what
in physics, a pseudo force is
what
not.
It is. Hold on. Don't describe to me an effect. Don't tell me things fall.
No, I'm describing what a pseudo force is. The definition. I'm giving you the definition of pseudo force.
Yeah, we already know what a pseudo force is. Okay, we've already described it to you. We don't care. It's already been described.
Wait. Think about the words. What a pseudo force is nothing because it's not a force.
The word doesn't mean anything. The definition it's what it matters.
All right, give us a pseudo force that's real.
A pseudo force, the Coriolis effect.
Oh God.
Hold on, I'm gonna bust a gut here laughing. Oh Lord.
The Coriolis effect is a apparent deflection. Even I know that as a globe earther.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Can I explain what a pseudo force is? A pseudo force in physics is a force that is created by changing frames of reference.
Here we go. Go on, Ming. Take it away.
Hold on. You take this one. I'll come in a minute.
Okay, so are you saying that Coriolis is the witnessing of an apparent deflection that needs two reference frames is an actual force of nature?
It's a pseudo force, but yeah, it's a force. What is a force?
It's a pseudo force because it's not a force. It's not real. Well, then where
pseudo force is a force that is created by changing globes of reference.
My friend, you need to define what the word pseudo means first.
Okay, so the Cornell University, their site is down right now. It's down for maintenance, but there's a link to it from an article. Gravity isn't a force, so how does it move objects? It's from Futurism.com. They're linking to the Cornell University study, but the site's down. It says you may have heard that gravity is a force. That is true. Gravity is not a force. However, the truth leaves us with a number of questions. Gravity is a pseudo force. They think of it as one, but it's not, because all they can do is measure stuff falling. That's it.
I'm back.
Did you say humbug?
No, I'm back. I had connection issues.
Okay. So I would link the Cornell University paper that tells us why gravity is not a force and why it is not considered a force, why it is not calculated as a force. But their site's down for maintenance right now.
Well, I agree with that. It is not a force.
Yeah, it's not a force. So you got nothing holding the ear down.
No. It is not a force. No, I didn't agree.
What's holding the ear down? Hey, gravity ain't a force. What's holding the ear down, Bob?
Well, see, this is the thing. If you don't agree, then you don't agree with scientific rhetoric. Because mass attraction, but no, the force was outruled over 100 years ago. Wasn't a force in 1915, isn't a force now. It's the bending of space-time, not a force.
Yeah,
pseudo force.
It still has the same effect over Earth.
The effect. So, like Meme just said, the effect meme. So, like Meme just said, the effect. Right, so we can calculate the rock falling. Yes, the effect. Yeah. Doesn't show cause outside of anything that we can scientifically manipulate. The rock and the medium that it's in. The helium balloon and the medium it's in. Anything and the medium it's in. That's all we can fuck about with. We can't prove the cause of why shit goes down outside of the rock is heavy or why shit goes up because the helium balloon is lighter than the atmosphere. Can't prove any other cause apart from what we can physically manipulate. It's okay for us on the flat Earth because we're only trying to answer the question. That's
Hey,
it.
what's that? There's something on the wall. What is that? Meanie Tickle Parson? Oh.
It's just the way it is. So, mass attracting mass, old school gravity, not the current scientific retro. It's not about your thoughts and feelings. It's about what we are told to believe.
Get old Ben Shapiro on you. Facts don't care about your feelings, buddy. And reality doesn't care about your formulas and your math.
You can't have.
No, it doesn't. Our math describes reality.
No, math works on models, and a presuppositional one is the Earth that we're spinning around on and space existing. Are values that we haven't measured and only worked on presuppositions, and lights in the sky that we've measured to, calculated to on presuppositions, and vacuums adjacent to huge amounts of gas without the gas dispersing into available space, just staying reasons, maths. That's what you're working with, a mathematical model. And yeah, maths that you can say describes, but when we point out that there's no curve, math the shit out of that bit.
Well, I think,
and even gravity, even if we gave you mass attracting mass and the numbers that went with it, it still wouldn't keep the gas here.
Why not?
Because it's not strong enough. 50 millionth of a force. If anything. It should mean a lot when you've got a ball in motion with gas adhered to the outside of it, not contained, in an available space. And I don't just mean spinning, I mean going places. The ball's going places. Why is it not leaving gas behind? Why have we not got a tail? How is the gas here in the first place? Because it's not contained. What happens to a helium balloon when you put it in a vacuum chamber? Well, what happens to that helium balloon? What happens to a balloon? What happens to a balloon with, say, just normal gas in it, the stuff that we're breathing? What happens to a balloon in a vacuum chamber?
It goes down.
It explodes, doesn't it? It pushes outward until the elastic breaks and the gas then fills the vacuum. That's what exists in that container where the vacuum was, now that gas that was in the balloon. So if you had put that to Jupiter being a giant ball of gas, without the balloon around the outside of it, why is the gas not filling the space? Why is our atmosphere not filling the space? Because you need a container.
Gravity is the container.
Say that again.
Gravity is the container.
Gravity. Well, see, in your model, quotation mark, mass attracting mass old school, no, it doesn't even in what we've discovered what you think. And even in the idea that was purported of what gravity does, it isn't scientifically proven, and therefore you can't take something physically that you've demonstrated in a scientific experiment and used it in a demonstration of keeping gas somewhere without a container.
I think I will go now. I'm tired. It's been great, but it's late. I have to go. It's been great talking to you guys.
Yeah.
No worries, man.
Sweet. See you later. Come back again.
See ya.
See ya.
I'll try, but I think I have to now to rest a bit from all of this.
No problem. We're here 24/7.
Get your mic sorted as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully when you come back, you already stopped spinning.
Bye, boys.
All right. See you later.
Take care, buddy. See you around soon. Nice talking
All
to
right, take it easy. Hey, that went well.
Yeah.
See, I can talk without ballooning. I have to reiterate that so much.
There was a point in that conversation where I was thinking, oh God, Meme's going to let it go.
Yeah.
You did well.
But you did awesome, Meme. I'm proud of you.
That's one of my favorite videos from Feynman. I've got it practically memorized.
Did he woo you with Feynman meme? Did he?
Oh,
Did that calm you when he give you that?
It almost made me angry. Like, you do not use. That's what. Feynman had some about how we don't know about the Earth.
Yeah.
Even Feynman had a quote about it. Like, we just take this on authority. I didn't find that.
I think any honest man would, wouldn't he? You know, like, if you are honestly searching for truth or whatever, then you've got to admit that some people just make shit up.
Yeah. What amazes me is how so many people have, like, the Santa Claus virus, where, you know, the entire Western colluded and conspired to lie to their children for no reason.
Yeah.
Because it got marketed. Because it just got marketed. In 1900, it got marketed. And so the whole Western world decided to lie to their children. So, yeah, people are easily manipulated and then continue generational repeating a lie. Why? Why?
Well, you've been conditioned to lie to the kids.
Yeah.
That's what Father Christmas does. That helps you.
Yes. It helps you inculcate into your spirit the ability to lie and think it's okay. And then you don't see it as lying.
Aren't you guys in a way trying to manipulate the people that come in here?
Say what? Say that again? I didn't understand.
I said, aren't you guys trying to manipulate the people that come in here in some kind of way?
In a sense, you could say that, like, I guess from a twisted point of view, but it's kind of like, I'm just trying to make them think. I don't care if someone becomes a flat earther or not. That's not my goal.
I'm not saying you guys.
My goal is for them to have enough doubt where they will look into everything themselves and stop taking everything.
Exactly, but I'm not saying you guys have like a nefarious kind of motives behind your kind of manipulation. Just the fact that it is human nature to try to intervene into someone else's train of thought, if it is for positive reasons. But it is part of human nature to want to, like I said, manipulate other people in some ways, and sometimes it can be for positive reasons.
Yeah, see, I mean, I just want everyone to be free.
Wouldn't it be more true to say that we're breaking them of that manipulation that they've already been under fire from since the day that they were born, and having consumed media in this country, or pretty much any national, anything like that? Like, the media has already conditioned us to think in certain ways, breaking that manipulation by letting them think for themselves again.
But you are intervening in their lives. What if they don't want this?
We're breaking the intervention of their lives by getting them to take their lives into their own. Stop just reading information and trusting the information. Now they have to read information and then think about that information and then not be manipulated by the information thereafter. To actually use their brain to understand what the hell they're reading, or to understand why they're being shown what's in their face right now.
Yeah.
That's the manipulation that we're trying to point out to other people, so they aren't continuing to be manipulated by all sources of whatever it is. Having these conversations and breaking down why you think a certain way really gets you to think of, why am I thinking this, in almost every aspect afterwards.
Right.
Yeah.
A conversation.
It's very important. Why is very important. Why do I think this? Is it because I've come to this conclusion, or because I have been conditioned to come to this conclusion?
This could be true for some of you guys, but it is kind of apparent that a lot of you guys just like to come on here because it makes you guys feel good to belittle other people and to call them names.
You think I feel good about? You think it feels good to be ostracized?
I'm not.
Is that why you came here?
Like I said, some people. I didn't say all of you guys. I said it applies to some of you guys.
Some people come here to say statements like that, so they can feel good about themselves as well.
Right. I would assume that
I
if you
suppose
gave
that
us
would be
all
true as well.
Yeah.
If you gave us all a multiple question, like a 10 question test question, it would not be all the same answers. You know, we're all very different, even in our beliefs about other
Exactly.
things.
That is what
You know?
I was exactly implying, that very thing that you are saying right now.
Do you think like when I tell I remind my wife that I love her that I do you think on like a primal level that kind of reminder is the type of
Come again? You broke up.
on occasion I remind my wife that I love her by telling her, baby, I love you. Do you think on a primal level that's type of manipulation?
That is completely different.
Is it?
100%.
Trying to intervene, maybe I'm trying to intervene in any other feelings that are happening, and I want to remind her so that she never forgets. So maybe I'm intervening for the future. So I mean, it's easy to. The thing is, what I'm saying is, it's easy to define what people are doing with manipulation. You know, just like the verbiage that you use. So
yeah,
I mean, there's that.
Yeah, all that's going on here is a conversation. There's no manipulation at all. If we're wrong and we're incorrect, tell us where we're wrong. I'm here to have a discussion, and I'm here seeking truth. I'm here to be honest, you know, and have a conversation. So there's no manipulation. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. You come to us, you know. So that's kind of what I have.
Yeah, when you tell a 2-year-old or 3-year-old, hey, don't do poop in your pamper anymore, you know. Let's go to the toilet and let's do it here. That's manipulating as well.
Well, I have even had people on here try to give nutritional advice to people, and I mean, come on, are we really qualified to go there with other people's health?
Are we really? We're qualified to answer. Sorry, we're qualified to answer questions, aren't we? I mean, we're qualified to do that. We're qualified to be inquisitive and test the natural world and so on. All right, so there's things we can find out.
Yeah.
Stop being a sophist all of a sudden. Start going down these roads of fucking hell.
Yeah. Anyone here can talk about any subject they want, whether it be health or fucking animals or whatever, as long as, you know, they're going to present the facts. And if they're wrong, you can dispute anyone on the server just with your words and what you know. So, yeah.
All right, I got a rebuttal question to that. How does a person become qualified?
Oh, sorry, you wasn't asking me. Sorry.
Yeah. It's like how does one gain qualification?
By someone else pointing at him and say, "You are now qualified. Here is
right." Okay. So the end result of the qualification is a human being. So what's one human being to say you're qualified when you could just qualify yourself?
Yeah. And seeing as how there's no valid hypothesis in the entire history of astronomy, I don't think any of them are qualified to give anyone anything. Qualifications does an astronomer have? What have they produced?
Imaginings.
Stories. Not even good stories. Hopeless stories about a cold universe. Endless. Going to suffer an ultimate heat death. You're a speck, a meaningless speck. So they're not even good storytellers.
Yeah, and the appeal to qualifications anyway is just indicative of a presuppositional bias that authority is where truth comes from. It's like, why you need qualification because then you have the authority. So it's really not an appeal to qualifications, it's an appeal to authority, which is what the majority of the Western world and the whole entire world has been indoctrinated into, is that authority is the demarcator of truth.
Qualification is just a training certificate, isn't it? Just trained in a particular way. This is the information. Follow this road in this particular area. There you go. You're trained in this area. So it is. It's qualification because rules and standards set by other people. So the qualification is just standard set by other people.
Well, I think maybe perhaps I used the wrong word by qualified. I kind of meant learned, perhaps with getting backed up by facts and experiments as such, not just hearsay kind of information or anecdotal information, more so actual experiments to back up what you were saying without.
I would say this: there is a point where there's such things as a qualified opinion. So, like, if you have a plumbing question, who do you call? You call a plumber who has a lot of experience doing the work. If your motor has a problem, you take it to a mechanic.
Bye-bye.
Well, I mean, 99% of people look at a motor and they just see a chunk that makes noises, a chunk of iron that makes noises. They got to take it to the mechanic, right? So on some things, like practical things, like technology, we have experts who know how the technology works, like plumbing and that kind of stuff. But with stuff like science, all you need is a hypothesis and an experiment, and you're a scientist. Because you're practicing science. Which is what no astronomer has ever done. No paleontologist has ever done it.
Yeah, keep in mind that the fields in which Meme just described are practical, tangible, accessible, doable, where things like billions of light years away and billions of years ago are not.
Yeah, all the knowledge is theorem and idea and narrative. How are you going to test any of that?
Guys, I don't want to completely change the subject, but perhaps you guys can help me, because I messaged Quantum Eraser last night, and he didn't want to engage with me in a conversation about slitty detectors. I thought maybe he would be interested in this because it is, one of his most prized little experiments that he loves about his quantum mechanics religion. I asked him where can I buy slit detectors, and he replied to me with LOL, and he called me no life or something like this. But guys, I was wondering if you guys could direct me where I want to perform the double slit experiment with the variation of trying to see if I can detect the so-called particles, but I can't seem to source a slit detector from any place here.
The slit detector. You sure you're not trying to do some Freudian innuendo there?
Not at all. The slit detector is essential in detecting which of the two slits the so-called particle travel through the light particle that is presupposed. But yeah, I didn't think you guys would have an answer for me, because I am being met with silence every single time I ask this question. And when I try to ask the godfather of quantum mechanics himself, Mr. Quantum Eraser, I can even post the message, so it's not bullshit. He replied to me with,
yeah, it's no good coming on here though talking smack about somebody that's not here, is it? That's not on, mate.
No, I'm not talking smack about him. I'm just saying because I thought you guys.
But you've got a beef with him. That's got nothing to do with us here. What's the question?
Well, the question is, where can I find the slit detectors? Does anybody know when I can buy some?
What is a slit detector? There's you have the electron, the gun that shoots the beam, and then it passes through a double slit, and then they look at the interference pattern on what, a photoplate?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I guess a photoplate. So you would have to go purchase yourself a photoplate.
No, you're incorrect. The slit detector is actually placed on the the actual plate that has the two slits in it, and it is said that it detects which one of the two slits the light particle travels through, and that is where you get the knowledge. This is the quantum eraser experiment.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't pretend to know anything about that. I know basics of it. I don't know. I know it starts at one point. They don't know what happens, and then something happens out the other end.
Okay, so there's a mechanical device put on the location of the slit that will read whether or not that slit was the path. I highly doubt it's actually called a slit detector in its formal name. But if you, my guess would be you look up one of these experiments where it's been done, where they catalog the items used and at where locations they were put, and it would probably read something like this: 2XG79 particle detector, whatever, and you could purchase one.
Yes, to be honest, I have tried this method that you're talking about, but every single time you have a look at this particular experiment on YouTube, for example, it is only animations. You don't get to actually see
you can buy the kit for $469 on a3bs.com.
Well, there you
I
go.
can buy the what? Sorry.
The kit, the Cronke Optics Experiment Kit, is what I found when I searched for diffraction by small openings in plates, diffraction by wire, multiple slits, diffraction by the grating, optical resolution, determining the wavelength of light. So I guess this is what you want. It's about $469. You want it?
If you can send me the link, I will have a look and I will see if it has.
I mean, this probably puts you on the path of what to search for, right? So here, I'll post it in there. I just looked up double slit experiment apparatus.
Right. What you need to be doing is what you need to be doing is searching a university journal or an organizational journal where they will publish the actual text from the experiments, not YouTube. Now, YouTube may take you to a university, like it might say, hey, we did this experiment at such and such university. They might even have the link to their journal storage. A lot of times that costs money. Sometimes it's free. If you know anybody within a university circle, sometimes they can access the journal archives. But that's where you're going to want to go to get the actual text of the experiments.
Alternatively, you could go to the torrents section of 4chan. I'm not joking here either. And they usually have a thread that's nothing but university journals. Hundreds of them, thousands of them. And you can scroll through there.
Okay, so essentially what you guys are saying is for me to put my trust in an institution. I thought you guys were against this, but okay. Thank you for the advice.
No. They're gonna.
That's fine. We're not saying trust the institution. If their methods are open and accessible, you can trust the results of an experiment. It doesn't matter who did it.
Exactly. Well, the aim here is for me to do the experiment myself. I don't want to put my trust in a university.
Well, yeah,
right?
I sent you the equipment to do it. Hop on it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my bro, the whole point of this talking about the university was to find the device that they used in their experiment so you could replicate it for yourself. Not to just go there and read it and be like, oh, I agree or disagree. You could disagree all you want with the experiment, but you can't disagree with the fact if they said, I use this device and they use that device, and then if you use the device, your results will be whatever you get.
Yeah.
For example, I used an LG P21 light amplification device, model XR2, purchased from Qualcomm.com. If you buy that same device and you use it, then you've replicated what they used, have you not?
This is correct. I am going to purchase this right now.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. How there, my friend?
How are you doing?
Are there any other Globe believers in the chat tonight?
don't think so, mate.
Don't be scared.
Oh, they're very quiet.
The sound they're constantly hearing when they come in here.
Any Santa Claus conspiracy realists out there?
Yeah, he's behind the ice wall.
I'm having a look at the optics experiment kit that they were talking about, and it is funny because it actually presupposes that the light is a wave. It says supplementary set, blah blah blah, basic set for carrying out student experiments of the interference of light waves. So I don't know if I can trust this equipment off the bat because it assumes the light as a wave. So how it is going to detect the so-called particles if it is already presupposing it is a wave? See what I mean, guys? It is not as easy as getting your hands on this thing. And I have heard Quantum Eraser, he was pressured on this, and he said the only way to do it is to go to your physics department at your local university and just let them do it. So that is what I mean, guys.
So
he wants us to put...
what you've encountered in both examples, okay, is one, a kit made for children, and two, a guy who has told you to go to the real level stuff. So you have to get, you want to do this for yourself, you have to get a hold of what the universities or anyone who's actually done the high level experiment has done by getting the text from the experiment, getting the catalog from that text of what items were used and the methodology used. You could then either duplicate the experiment or alter it to your ends. But until you go to that level, you're not going to be satisfied, it seems.
Or you could go.
So your choices are either go all the way. Your choices go all the way, or just keep complaining.
Yeah, there's nothing fishy.
Exactly. There's definitely something fishy here, guys.
What's fishy?
What? Can you explain?
Excuse me?
Are you a conspiracy theorist? Is something fishy?
I don't want to be labeled, guy. So please stop with the labels, please. It's
Are you
very
about
childish.
to imply a conspiracy, though?
I'm not implying anything, my friend. I'm just saying that
What's
something
fishy?
is fishy.
What's
Conspiracies is one or two, is two or more people conspiring to do something behind
True.
someone's back. So the world is rife with them. So don't label me, okay?
Bisexual, can you speak in an accent
Be
that I can
respectful.
understand, please? You're using a few accents the other day.
It's your fault if you cannot understand. Not my fault.
You were using a few the other day. If you could use one,
Dude, it's you. This is a bad
Well,
one.
I'm not going to cater this just for you, mate.
No,
There's a lot of people here that can understand me
what's
perfectly
fishy,
and
bro?
are having dialogue with me.
No, that's bad, that one. I can't.
Oh, Globo is back. Globo Homo.
No, hang on, Globo. Can you do
Hello,
the
Emma,
Scottish
how are
one,
you?
please? I'm good. Can you do the Scottish one, please? Because honestly, it's so much better than this one.
But everyone else can understand me just fine, so I don't know what the problem is.
No. Honestly, everyone wants you to do the Scottish one.
Yeah. You sound like Jose Mourinho on a punch in the face.
Oh, see, guys, we are focusing on what I sound like, not on the substance again, guys. Come on, you guys are starting to sound like...
All right. Well, then answer the question. What's fishy here?
Yeah.
I already told you what is fishy, the fact that I
No,
can't
you said
just
something
purchase...
fishy.
I
Why is
can't
it?
do this experiment.
Why is
Oh
that
my
fishy?
goodness, bro! These experiments are not Walmart, okay, kits that you buy for half price after Christmas, bro.
Oh, wait a
You
minute.
have to put in real money, real legwork, go to real universities, get the real text, or are you insincere?
There's no need to get aggressive, my friend.
Oh, there is plenty of need. Trust me.
Is that the conversation you had with QE when you went on there the other day? Because you were training here, and then you went on...
No, I didn't get a chance to speak to him.
Oh, right. Well, I thought you did. I thought you went on. Chocolate got you on, didn't he?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
talk about
Huey
him.
never
And he
came
made-
on, and
he
by
made
the
an
time, if
absolute
he did come on, I was
embarrassment of
already
himself.
asleep by then.
It was hilarious. He sounded so drunk. It was embarrassing. I felt embarrassed for him.
Oh, which accent did he go for? I never got to hear it.
It wasn't really an accent. It
Was
sounded
that
like
it?
a drunk Welshman. It
Oh.
sounded like a drunk Welshman.
Okay,
You went
guys.
for a whole new. You went for a whole new
talking about something
accent.
completely different
I
here,
sounded
guys.
like a fork that was 3 sheets to the wind.
This is starting to sound like Jen Panda's.
I might have to go and watch that then if it was that
This
impressive.
is starting to sound like you're rejecting the clear
Speaking
path
of
that I've
Jim
given you
Panda,
to finding the
Well,
result that
no,
you see.
guy that is talking to me right now.
happen to be the real Jim Panda, thank you very much.
I can't understand people's intellectual honesty when they're using accents. Answer
Yeah,
AO's
listen,
question,
listen.
but as intellectually honestly as you can.
What are you scared of with your accents?
I don't know what you're talking about. This is my accent. I've always said this is my real accent. The other ones I do put on, but this is my one. Right? If you can't understand, it's too bad. I'm not going to put something on for you. I don't feel like it.
Fair enough. If this is your real one, then we'll go with that.
Can you put
Like
on
I've said
40
this many times,
US dollars to buy a temporary pass to JSTOR and go in there and pull up the text from one of these experiments and get the catalog list of the items used and purchase it and reproduce the experiment to your liking? Can you do that?
I think this is possible. That's why I wanted to say thank you for giving me this information.
Right,
But
awesome.
you went on a tangent thinking you already got aggressive off the bat, thinking I was rejecting what you were saying. You guys need to work on your you guys need to work on your temperament. I mean, not all of you guys. A lot of you guys are calm, but some of you guys seem to. I understand why, but come on, guys. We are all here to learn, are we not?
Yeah. And this
I
is
don't
what
think
you'll
you
find
are.
here. This is hopefully what you'll find here is a logical line of questioning into what we've been told about what our reality is. And what we want is intellectual honesty. When you know something, explain that you know it. If you don't know, you don't know. You don't go down tangents. It's an intellectually as much as we try to keep it an intellectually on this server, where we're trying to answer direct questions as much as we can about what the world is. What we do here.
Well, I think if people here thought I was intellectually dishonest, I would already be banned, would I not?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just with all the accents and obviously other times that you've been around,
Exactly, but
questioning just how you're answering the questions that are directly being given to you. That's all.
Do me a favor.
Exactly. That's why you guys need to stop focusing on how I sound and stuff. This is what I am trying to highlight with the accent.
Yeah, then we'll move on then.
You have to just humor me. This is dead. I'm dead serious. Do a Scottish accent really quick.
Sorry, I'm not here to entertain you, my friend. I do those accents when I feel like them. I'm sorry.
You did just shift accent there, mate. You did just shift accent.
Guys, there's multiple people on his account. Can't do a Scottish accent because he's not the same person, same account.
Okay.
It's the same person. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a clever one. That never thought of that before, me. Yeah.
Do a Scottish accent. Now. Do a Scottish accent right now.
My Scottish accent is not that good, but I'll try.
No,
is that good enough for you?
It's not
him. Oh, that was quite good. I did like that.
No. Now, what do you say about that, Effie Jedi?
I liked. Yeah, so go on, ask a question. Why would someone?
Why would someone do that?
Oh, hide
Share
usually.
an account and then hide themselves.
Yeah.
Multiple people on the same account. Why would someone do that?
Well, there's a few reasons. One is kind of, nefariously controlled, but it would be different. One is just ultimate trolling, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Group of people that have just got together on one account and thought it'd be funny to troll individually, but one person, different accents, makes me think that they're hiding or trolling.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll leave it up to y'all, whatever y'all want to do. You want to keep them around or not, but that puts my hairs on end.
I say we put him on probation till he proves that he looked up a serious university or organizational journal.
Yeah. Y'all do whatever y'all want. It's funny. It's funny. You're on live stream getting caught about it. So.
I mean, I heard about Globe a few days ago, and I've been able to understand everything he says.
No.
I don't know about you guys.
No. It's not that.
Yeah, it's definitely not that.
It's that he was spoken like this, like he was dead from Scotland, just like this, and he couldn't replicate it just now. Same account. means it's a different person.
Yeah. In other words, there's a lot of weird shenanigans that goes on with people that like to join this server and talk about these topics.
James, es la misma persona, es la misma persona. Decirles que es la misma persona.
Yeah, cool.
Que hablo español.
Am I a persona? Hey, chupo mi huevos, Joto.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is a lot of guys come on here under personas because for some reason they don't want to be here legit. It's like if you're coming to critique us or talk about the globe or set us up for quick retorts like, oh, all of a sudden you trust universities now, et cetera, et cetera. Why is it that these guys show up here, act all weird, come under personas, get banned, try to come in under different accounts? There's something seriously mental going on here, is there not?
I get what you're saying.
Can I just clarify how many different accents he put on? It was.
I mean, this is
maybe
like you got
7.
dumped. Yeah. But this is like you got dumped by your girlfriend, and you're so emotionally wrecked that you got to stalk her and dress in a disguise, and then change your voice and call her on the phone and be like, "Oh, this is the IRS, ma'am. We miss you."
No, but I get what you're saying. The only thing is that I heard him speaking a few times. For me, I mean, my opinion, he wasn't a different person. That's just my opinion.
No, this was.
I mean, I think it was the same person.
This was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. Before he went on Oakley's, I talked with him, and he didn't remember me tonight.
Yeah, keep in mind I'm being general with many instances of multiple characters that come in here, not just one in particular.
I will say maybe
yesterday. Did you speak to him yesterday?
Yeah. I was just talking with this dude yesterday before he went on Oakley.
Okay, well, if it's the same person, and if you remember the conversation, do you remember what you were talking about?
I don't remember. He was being like really retarded, and then I heard him on Oakley.
Are you kidding me? Because you are incorrect, my friend. Please check when I went on Oakley's. You are totally incorrect. I did not go on Oakley's yesterday.
Were you the Scotsman that?
No, my friend.
It was the day before me. I don't think it was yesterday. It was the day before.
Now who's wrong, Mister? I'm correct. Look, my friend. If you want to block me, or mute me, I don't give a shit. I really don't care.
What's this anger? Globosexual was a Scotsman just yesterday. Just yesterday.
Okay, please find the evidence for it before you jump to conclusions.
Just go Nathan Oakley's show. Chocolate introduces you, and you begin talking like this, and you start getting a real in the slide like that.
You're a complete idiot. I was trying to do an English accent, so have a look again at that particular debate you read that.
You couldn't just replicate one here. Try it again. Try it again.
I tried to, you idiot. I tried to.
You sounded absolutely Scottish. Absolutely.
This guy is full of conclusions, my friend. He's the biggest conspiracy theorist ever.
He will.
I think he's good.
Sounded Indian.
Yeah.
Bro.
If he gets into it, he's fine.
You're trying to own a whole gas company with how much lighting you're doing there, bro.
Yeah.
He can literally do 7 different accents.
He could.
Well, yeah, he could. Yesterday or whenever it was we talked to him. 7 different.
Yeah, I can remember when he came because we were listening to the whole thing. But I think he did a Spanish bit with somebody, but they didn't. Neither of them knew any Spanish. That was
an Argentinian.
Argentinian, Scottish, English. What else was it he did? I can't remember. Australian, Kiwi.
Got a bit of Dutch.
Part of a group of people that likes to blend in.
That's it.
I can do all those accents. I can try to do all of them.
Do them for us because they were so good.
Yeah, they were. They were
good.
Okay, which one would you like to do first?
Just go through them all.
Scottish.
Just do your best one.
Let's see. I try South African. Okay.
Okay, try South African.
Well, that's a new one.
That's South African.
It's very difficult, I think, but the Earth is totally round, my friend. It's totally round. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it's totally round.
Smoking crack dodo.
Right, go on.
Sorry, it's Friday. He reminds me of that guy from Friday.
Australian, Scottish. Take your pick. What do you want to do?
Do the Scottish one.
Yeah, I could speak Aussie if you want, mate. What's your problem? Got a problem, brother? Yeah. Didn't think so, mate. Shut your mouth, eh? Stupid pom.
Oh yeah, it wasn't bad.
It's interesting because you pronounce English words as an Australian does, but with your accent, obviously, it's hot something. Yeah, that's how you did them quite well.
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. So I thought, mate.
What about the Scottish one?
See, the Scottish ones, it's a bit difficult because I kind of don't know.
Okay, close enough. Close enough.
Are you happy with it?
Yes, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I know.
Now, that's why you don't do voices. Because it makes people instantly not trust you.
Yeah.
It makes people paranoid, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, 5 different guys had 300 accounts each in here at one point. What do you mean paranoid?
That's what happens to
What
us,
do you
mate.
mean paranoid?
Flat Earth is
There are literally guys who spent 24 hours a day in here as a team on 300 different accounts. What do you mean paranoid?
I will say that yesterday there was a 17-year-old that came here and said that he's a pilot and he doesn't know what was the instrument.
Gyroscope.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he said he doesn't need that instrument on the plane, and Helio was going crazy. I think he was gonna ban him, but the guys proved himself pretty legit, and he had a really good conversation with God Rocking, and at the end, Helio apologized almost because he actually thought the guy was trolling, but the kid, 17 years old, and he was a pilot, and he spoke about airplanes and everything about it, and he sounded pretty legit. I heard the whole thing, and I will say sometimes we jump into conclusions. I've done it in the past as well.
Oh,
Especially if we drink a lot.
I almost never jump to conclusions. I'm probably the least paranoid person.
Really? Shit.
Oh yeah.
Would have fooled me.
Yeah. When you come in here and you're doing 5 different accents, and then you refuse to try and replicate them for a while, what would be the logical conclusion?
The logical conclusion would be that
you have a shared account.
The logical conclusion.
Tons of people do it. Tons of people have come in here on their quote unquote brother's account and gotten it banned. How many times?
This is the logical conclusion should be, in my opinion, that I am a sovereign being and I can do whatever I want.
Well, this is
Why
true.
Why would I conclude that about you?
This is true.
Because that is what you should conclude about everyone around you, including yourself.
No, that's
yeah, but what's the point in having these accents and then not using and then refusing to use them? I mean, there's literally no point. Just do it real quick, like get it over with.
I just said to you, I do what I want. What can you not understand about that?
Right, I understand, but you're taking this and dragging.
So what are you, an agent of
That's
chaos?
going on for half an hour that has no point behind it other
More
than
conclusions.
You're just being stubborn as all hell. You're just being stubborn.
You're just an agent of chaos. That's all you
deflecting,
Yes.
causing
all that's
chaos.
occurring now at the
Distracting.
moment is chaos, gaslighting, and nonsense.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
why don't you ask me what I want to do at this moment as a sovereign being?
I think I agree with you.
Yeah, I think I agree with myself. Woo!
Go for it.
What you've got to understand is the Flat Earth is a highly trolled and ridiculed environment, and so is this Discord server. And when you come in with multiple personalities, it affects the flow of the conversation. Here we are half an hour later not talking about the Flat Earth, right? So it obfuscates away from the subject. This is a tactic that is used by people. It is. We had a guy in here, not going to claim any names, but he has a name of a very famous Hollywood actor. All right, and it caused a lot of disturbance. And here we are half an hour later talking about exactly the same kind of thing, how obfuscation takes place and how tactics are used. And this is one of them. People come in playing a role, playing the clown, giving different types of accents, being humorous or whatever. It's used as tactics to divert away from the subject at hand.
I can agree with that. Just that he came in asking a different question, and then someone asked him to do the different accent, So the conversation went to that.
We get that. We understand that. However,
Yeah,
this
but
is
it
where
wouldn't
we
have
are.
happened. It wouldn't have happened if he hadn't been using accents in the first place.
like I said, intellectually honest place to be. If you want to be here, right, don't act like an idiot. You get treated like an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you are an idiot or in any way, shape, or form that you're a sovereign being. You can do what you want, right? And fully respect you and love you, man, right? But at the end of the day, this place, flat Earth, highly trolled, ridiculed environment, this isn't the place to do that. Really, at the end of the day. So, welcome to the server.
Yes. Now take a break for the night. Which is my respectful request of you, to take a break for the night from the server.
I think he already went.
Yeah.
Well, now that's out of the way.
Still didn't stop gas from fucking off, did we?
No, it didn't.
No.
Still moving 500 meters per second in every direction.
Problems.
Bouncing off the walls of itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gas container?
Yeah, and comes back again.
Yeah.
For, I don't know.
That's right, they don't bounce off
reasons.
each other. They bounce off the walls. Keep forgetting about that. Bounce off the walls. C'est la vie. Man, we got both VCs are filled up.
And where's all the glowbars?
I don't know. I'm going to jump up there and see if there's any up there.
You've all run away.
Sometimes I kind of wish I could come in here and pretend to be a glober. Like, if you guys didn't know who I was, like, if you didn't recognize my voice. Just, you know.
Yeah, I think we'd recognise your voice.
Yeah, I think so too, but I'm just saying I would like to come in here and not be recognized. And, you know, ask you guys questions about the flat earth and stuff.
And just deny stuff.
Well, I don't know if I would deny it.
You'd have to. you'd have to. You wouldn't you?
I guess I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that would be fun to come in here and use a voice changer or something on you guys. You know, like Arnold, he comes in here and he's got some kind of voice changer going on. And the first time
Reckonor.
You think that's really his voice?
If it was Arnold, then he wouldn't be using a voice changer now, would he? So it's Reckonor
No.
trying to sound like Arnold.
I don't really think that it's Arnold. I think it's a deep fake. And he just types it in, and he's a really fast typer. That's what I think. Yeah, I never really thought it was Arnold. I just call him Arnold because Andre Asensi would never use his real voice, but he ran Flat Earth Debate for like a year, I think. And the first time he used the Arnold voice thing, I thought I was talking to GeoShifter. And then I found out that it was Andre Asensi using a voice changer type app on his computer. By the way, GeoShifter is he's a real person, and he sounds like Arnold a little bit because he's from Austria.
Yeah, exactly. There's probably a lot of dudes that sound pretty similar from Austria. In fact, I used to have an Austrian girlfriend. She sounded just like Arnold, too.
Wow, Austrians sound like Austrians.
It's gonna be weird.
Who would have thought? But I don't understand these people that do the whole voice thing and playing the games.
It's because this is a seedy bar, you know, where everybody knows if you go in there, you're doing the nastiest things, and so you can't be seen or heard from knowing that you've been down to that bar, because then you'll be marked for life.
Darn, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, the point I'm trying to make is they
I'm
take it
messing.
to an extreme because they think it's kind of an extreme thing. It's like, why do you have to resort to these weird tactics when it's the nature of the topic? I mean, it's just weird. You know, being seen in a flat Earth server is like probably number 1 or 2 on the list of things that you don't want to get caught by your mom doing in your bedroom. For some weird reason, it's like,
Well,
oh no.
if you were caught doing one, would you use the other as the excuse? So if you were caught watching porn, which I was watching Flat Earth, or if you're watching Flat Earth, I was watching porn.
You know, that's a good poll question.
There you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't come in here and be like vitriolic or anything like that. I think if I were to do something like that, I think it would just be to like have fun and ask questions, like see what you guys would say. But I think I would have to concede with the truth. It's just in my nature to want to find out what the truth is and be like, okay, you're right. I don't feel anything moving.
Is it? I've just put a Twitter question into the live stream if anybody wants to have a go at that.
What is it, Bev? Read it out.
Why does the horizon distance get bigger as you climb in height?
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
This is top level stuff. This on Twitter. These are.
Yeah.
I think these people are not allowed to come here. I don't know. I'd have to ask them. Is there any ballers here? Do you?
I know what it is. It's because the surface you're looking across is curved. That's why the horizon gets bigger.
Something to do with R.
Oh, yeah. So, got to be a curved surface. Whatever it is.
I'd like to know if there's a league of globe defenders.
Well, it's finished.
Legion of Doom.
Yeah, it's like the Twitter ones and the Facebook trolls.
I tucked it all away.
Hold tight, someone's got who's talking in the background?
I love that sound.
Do you? What sounds that? Sounds above.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Is that because
Silver
we're
Shroud?
talking?
Yeah.
I want to know what sounds he loves now.
Yeah, me too. Silver Shroud, what sounds you love? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Anyway.
Just in case, you never know.
Oh dear. So, who was talking last amount of sense? Bev. Probably. Why does the horizon distance get bigger as you climb in height? Yeah, curved surface.
The real question they should be asking is, why does a curved surface that's receding you away from you exponentially give you more viewable surface as you arrived in height? That doesn't seem to be, past the first common sense test.
Is Cosmo as well? Cosmo wants a chat. I'm not so sure that Cosmo's qualified, so I need to make sure that it's okay with Scott and Jem and Zanuck that he is allowed to defend the globe. I don't think he's up to it.
He won't. They won't let him.
No.
They'll basically get you in there, and it'll be everybody else because Cosmo doesn't.
No. All I'm going to be going in there for is to make sure that they say it's okay for Cosmo to have a chat.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going over there for.
Could Cosmo come out and play?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Scott. I'm here to make sure it's all right that Cosmo's allowed to defend the globe for you. Is he? Because we need to go for a private chat, or that's what's coming. But I mean, I need to make sure that he's allowed. You know, he's asked Scott. I've asked him to make sure with Scott that it's all right.
Oh dear.
Before I can go over there, I don't think he's allowed to. But yeah, I'll go over that. That's Gems, by the way, if anybody's looking.
I don't think I should be allowed to debate for the Flat Earth because I'm so out of date because I took so much time off. I should probably quit doing that, especially if you guys are here because you guys are way better, more knowledgeable.
What do you mean you should take time off? Or you've taken time off? What's that got to do with it? Yeah, it's always been flat. It doesn't matter how much time you've taken off.
You don't start curving a bit, do you?
No, I can't argue it as good as you can, you know? So if you're here, why do I need to say anything?
Because you're here.
Yeah.
You should always be able to say anything. The only reason why you don't say anything is I don't hear your voice. Talk more.
All points are always valid.
I was needed in 2015 because the people who were debating in those days just, didn't know very much. But now, you guys have, taken the baton or whatever, and you guys are way faster at running than me, so it's all good.
It doesn't matter. They taste horrible. Now, what I mean by that is there's many, many flavors of ice cream, but not everybody likes them all, but there's one for everybody. And you, my friend, are that one for that one special person.
Thank you.
You're an ice cream.
AI,
Somebody's going to
literally
find
made
what
that
you
sound really
say
dodgy.
and your voice delicious. And they're going to want to eat it up.
See
And
what
when
I
they hear
mean?
my voice, they're going to be like, yeah, who's that guy?
That's AI, he's a robot.
Well, yeah, he doesn't understand the whole. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. You're right. Not one Glover.
No.
Uh-oh. I got a DM off Globo.
Okay.
Yeah. Bless him.
Lobo.
Globosexual, yes, he's DMing me.
Well, just tell him, has he gotten that evidence of his search in the university organizational database for the information?
Yeah. That.
I'll just tell him to DM you then, shall I?
Sure.
That could be entertaining.
Who's Ramsey and why is he... Oh, not Ramsey. Reese. Can't read. Who's Reese and why is he so different?
I have absolutely no idea.
Reese, you're not server deafened anymore. How about that?
You got bored of waiting, maybe. Is this green light stuck on for anyone else?
No.
Okay, I've finally been freed. What's
Well, yeah. What's up?
Hey.
well, I'm not gonna talk too much before I get put back in the box. I'm just happy to be free.
Why'd you get put in the box last time?
Well, I was being quite it was my fault. I was being a bastard, man.
Cool. Fair enough.
Yeah, I had a really bad day, and then some guy crossed my path, and I was being really derogatory, and that was last year.
Fair enough.
You've learnt your lesson then.
Thank you for whoever has freed me.
Yeah, no worries.
Welcome back to the. I was going to say party, but yeah, welcome back.
Thank you, good sir. I'll behave. I promise.
How long have you been on the Discord server, Miles?
This one?
Yeah.
Quite a while.
Oh, okay. What side of the fence you on? And have we spoken before? And should I know the answers to this?
Yeah. We have spoken before, cordially, of course. I had silver flat earther roll, which I should have just had silver, but somebody gave me flat earther. Didn't say anything about it, and didn't really matter.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but I'm more like less just like to listen until I hear something ridiculous, and then I chime in, and then I usually get muted.
Okay, gotcha. Might go up to the other live stream if anyone's coming. See what's going on up there. Might be back in a second, who knows?
I remember not too long ago I was on here and somebody said this is like a 1-800 Globe Earth hotline. I was laughing. I thought that was the greatest. That you guys are just like here for people who are like trying to figure it out, and then I always wonder why you guys were so quick to like ban people and mute people, and I guess just after you've had enough with a person just being dishonest, like someone for example that just won't concede to like an obvious thing. Oh, yeah, I get it that you guys get so frustrated and you guys are like constantly being trolled, but you guys are constantly here for that 10% of people that come in asking genuine questions. I think it's great. Would you say it's about 10% of people that are like honest, and the other like 9 people are just here to have fun?
Yeah, I'd some. I mean, not the majority of people. The minority of people, yeah. There's more trolls than there are people that come in. There's more people that come in and stick around and still stay on the Globe side and defend it. But it is for those people that come in and ask questions and, send them on their own little path of discovery of being honest about shit.
There is a guy with a lobby roll in here.
Who's that?
Down the bottom.
Oh god, that's so cheeky. I see cheeky. If you want permission to speak, you need to go voice checking number 1, speak to moderator. As soon as you go up there, moderator will follow you up. There's a moderator already up there.
So is this the same room that the guy left with? He was doing the Scottish accent. Like his original accent reminded me of the Third Friday movie with Ice Cube. He was like the guy that hired them to be like top flight security guards. If you go back and listen to that guy's voice, thank you, buddy. Like he's sounding like that guy so much. Are you smoking crack, Dodo? You were eating while I was getting beating.
Oh my god. You guys want to take an IQ test?
You always fail them.
All right.
Yeah,
First one to get the right answer, I'll recall the T1000 from your timeline. All right. Don't worry. Every T1000 has failed its mission, so your odds are good.
All right.
All right. So, scenario is this. So, I was going to go to the bathroom, and I knocked on the door before I entered. And someone said, out of the corner, why the hell would you knock on the door? So, the question is, why would I knock on the door to the bathroom?
This is not your own place, and the person that you thought you was talking to, it was their place, and you thought maybe they were in the bathroom.
The door was shut, and you were checking whether there was somebody in there.
You knocked on the bathroom door because whoever was in there is going to have a visitor.
Exactly. But it's more specific than that. Almost nobody would probably be able to get it. I make it a habit to knock on every bathroom door I enter in a public place because I don't know which way the doors swing. I don't know whether I'm about to get slammed or slam someone else, because I've had it happen to me before. You go up there to reach for the door handle, and all of a sudden, shablamo!
That's crazy.
Yeah, last guy to slam a bathroom door on me beat the shit out of me.
Well, you did both?
Yeah, he opened the door on me and kicked my ass. It was a horrible experience.
Those crazy Oriental Chinese places, they're crazy, aren't they? They beat the shit out of you. It's not good.
So the point was, all of you guys were able to come up with at least a reason why maybe I would do it, correct? Very simple, right? So how come these Globers can't come up with an answer to why would they lie?
I think they can, if like you pushed them. I just think that they want to know why you think you're being lied to.
Well, it's actually a rhetorical question. It's not like, why would they lie? Please provide an answer. It's, why would they lie?
Yeah, I'm definitely aware that people lie their asses off all the time. So when people are lying to you, they're usually trying to take control of you or manipulate you or something along those lines.
Yeah, what up, Hank?
Oh man, what's up, dude? What is up? Yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you, Issa.
Oh,
I've been
cool.
wanting to talk to you. Yeah, so
Right
I've been
on.
watching this. I've been watching this YouTube channel called Audit the Audit, and they go around these people, and they're just like testing their First Amendment rights or testing out their rights with cops and videotaping it.
Mm.
So a lot of times the cops will like break their rights and arrest them falsely or trample their First Amendment rights and confiscate their phone while they're recording in public. And then these people get sued. But I remember you saying on your channel, Flat Earth Court, I remember you saying that we're no longer under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Well, if the judges are like swearing an oath to uphold the Constitution, and then when the cops break it, like the city gets sued and they get like a settlement because they don't want to get sued, or they actually get sued and have to pay the settlement because you can't just take someone's phone if they're recording in public, whether you got a badge or not. So, are we under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, or are we not, my friend?
We're
What if they
under.
take it for evidence?
Well, they can't take it. It's the freedom of press. You can go to any city
But what if
council.
they take it for evidence? They can't take it for evidence.
Well, they have to suspect you of committing a crime, and recording the cops is not a crime.
You don't. No. If you're in an area where a crime has happened and you see what's the word I'm looking for? Bystanders recording, you can actually subpoena that phone or actually request a warrant for that phone. I need that because you recorded the incident that we're investigated. This is evident.
Okay, well that's different. I'm asking him about something. We can go down this road whenever he responds, if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, Hank. Well, you know the deal, man. If you're operating under presumption as a United States citizen, you're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. But the point is that there's a code, the code of the, people refer to as Admiralty Law or UCC, and the point is they can't violate that code. and that code says you better have reason for why you're boarding somebody's ship, yada yada yada, whatever way you want to break it down.
Right.
So if they, but the issue is that it's only if they sue back, right? That's the only way to get remedy is to. This is why I've often said the wiser the people are about government and learn to love government, because government is just mind control. Like, I love my government because I control my mind. And the more I understand that, and the more other people would understand that, we would easily bark back all of these these things that people acquiesce to. You know, what's I used to quote what's his name, Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. That's a great read if you're interested in your rights, because he shows how, like, he shows how many people think we're under this one grand country and all this, and he goes absolutely, all of this is absolutely false. But people will acquiesce things to the government that they have no business acquiescing, that the government has no right to ask of. And the only reason that's kind of goes along with the concept of the law of conquest. And the law of conquest, it kind of looks at it like you're either with us or you're not with us. And so the point is that that's how all natives lost all their land. Originals, not aboriginals or native or any of that, like originals, the people from the land, they lost their land because they didn't play the rules of the contract game against an entity that plays by the rules of the law of conquest. Like, I could go 100 ways about this shit, you know the deal. But I think generally that's what it is, man. They can't violate that code. And if the issue is raised, then you can get remedy. And this is why I've always said, if you understand the system, you can get the remedy. And if you can get if you're in a system that you can get the remedy, why would you try to obliterate it for a system that gives you no remedy? Freedom is like, freedom is responsibility. That's all. Go on, brother.
You broke up just for a second before freedom is responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll let the moment slide. I don't know. I forgot. I hope you heard me.
Yeah, he's got it. But he's basically saying, if you're living within an organizational structure, which everyone's agreed to, whether they know it or not, that has rules in place that you're allowed to get remedy for bad situations that happen, then why would you destroy it? Because if you do destroy it, what you end up with is a bunch of people that the strongest person gets what they want if they so want it.
Right.
Now, you could try to appeal to them. You could try to appeal to their better nature. You could try to say, hey, that's wrong. But if they want to take your daughter, they're taking your daughter. If they want to take your land, they're taking your land. And there's nothing you're going to do about it because you're too weak to fight back.
Right.
So whoever's the strongest just rules over everyone.
Right. And that's what's cool with this system. And this is what's like I've always said about the system is that, like in every school around the world, or in America anyway, in my area, it says in the classrooms, knowledge is power. And it's simple, but it's fucking true. And the more you know about your own, like, if you don't know what your rights are, you don't know what to protect. You know me, man. It's like if somebody, Hank, it's like we used to play the games back in the day. It's like, or even, and I just try to add this, incorporate it to your everyday. It's like if somebody asks you for anything, make it a condition. Put a condition on it for fun. Learn how to do that. Hey.
Hey, man, walk your dog.
Nah, I got somebody outside. But if you put a condition on it, that's what it's about. And it's like, if you can learn to make that a muscle memory kind of a thing in the right way. Forgive me a minute, I'll be back.
Yeah, Issa taught me that, the conditional acceptance thing. So the thing about Issa is I couldn't stand him when he first came around, because I didn't understand him, and I was very much like a free man on the land type of guy. I was like, and then he kind of showed me some things that I was ignorant to, and now I have kind of a different perspective. But I could not stand Issa when he first came around, and I would literally leave the hangout of FreeChan and go somewhere else because I would just be like, well, I've been on FreeChan long enough. I said my piece. I'm gonna let him say his because I believe in freedom of speech. So obviously I'm not gonna be like, trying to cut down Issa, chop down his tree or whatever. But now he's one of my favorite people on here for real. Top 5.
I remember Isa from FreeChan back in the day, like 2015, 2016, I think it was. I liked him first day. He
It's not that I didn't like him. I didn't understand what he was saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
I couldn't comprehend it. So
he pointed me to a few good channels and videos about that kind of stuff, and I learned a few things. So that was.
yeah, and the conditional acceptance thing worked great for about a year. Then my wife figured it out and started using it against me.
Yeah, I think that kind of thing it's always kind of changing in ways, and they adapt to whatever people is trying to do. So it's kind of, I don't know, kind of. It needs a lot of time, a lot of time investment and learning to make it work.
Well, it's definitely worked for me dealing with moochers and people that are always trying to get a free ride and stuff. It's like, hey Larry, can you do this and can you do that? And I'm like, well, can you do this for me? No? Okay, no deal. So simple. Just.
That's a really good way
Nice.
to apply it.
And yo, word up, Hank. I love hearing that.
Yeah, because I'm somewhat of a pushover, obviously. Yeah, people always ask me to do stuff, and I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, back when I had a truck, someone would be like, hey, can you help me move? And then I wouldn't ask for, gas money. Go ahead.
Dude, grow some nuts, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, thanks, Issa. Bloop, bloop. There we go. There they are.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is if you don't know how to implement what you want, or you know what I mean, and that's the thing is we don't learn it. And I think that's why I came out and never shut the fuck up about it because I was like, yo, hey, if we all get this kind of shit, you bark back the whole kind of infringement on all your rights because now you have a responsible public, let's say, that can handle the responsibility of whatever the fuck it is, right?
Hey, Emma.
Hey, Earl. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Great. Awesome to see you.
And awesome to see you, too.
Earl's in a good mood today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he sounds it.
Can I ask a random question?
Sure.
What do you guys think is under Antarctica?
Landmass?
Yeah, but do you think, based on Admiral Byrd and the alleged Nazi activity down there, what do you guys, do you think, there's a big-ass cavern down there into the earth, or, do you think it's a lush land?
Well, they got things down there. They say there's things that they found there. From what I hear, there's some, ancient alien vessels, some bodies, but that's what I've heard.
I've heard about some weird octopus, too, that killed some Russian doctors.
Well, how would you like
That
if
sounds
someone come along and got into your business? I mean, the octopus is just minding its own business, and some Russian doctor just happened to freaking come along and
you're
start messing with it. You're gonna fight back too.
How long is it
that
gonna
sounds like a creepy pasta.
How long is it gonna take to melt?
Well, if humans keep farting and the methane keeps, increasing, probably about 200,000 years.
Yeah.
200,000? I was gonna say maybe 100, 200 years. You know, maybe it's gonna be not frozen anymore. 200,000 years, that's a long time. Like, I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck about
I'm not gonna be
movie.
around. Are you gonna be around? I don't think so. I don't know if our grandkids will be around. Our great, super great grandkids will be around.
I will say that the architect or the creator of whatever we are in, he might make an adjustment, and that place will lose the ice in probably a few decades, and it probably there'll be flora and fauna popping out of everywhere in that land.
Yeah.
Imagine some changes in the, in the air, in the ratios of carbon and oxygen, whatever is in the air, and the temperature just changing down there. I mean, it could be anything can happen in that landmass, depending on whatever the system allows it to do.
What do you think about the weather nowadays? Because, like, where I'm at, 10 years ago, it used to be super cold and stuff. Now it's kind of...
That's because the supposed North Pole is moving, so it's likely going to change how the seasons are, and how what will become we'll be moving into warmer climate. That's my feeling.
I think the climate just changes, because, if you go by what science, excuse me, if you
But
go
that's
by
what I'm going by I'm hearing. So yeah.
If you go by what we were taught in school, about climate change or whatever, or global warming or cooling or whatever they want to call it, like, basically, I don't think it's real. Like, I think that, yeah, we need to take care of the earth, and, we need to try to make sure that we got clean drinking water for our children and whatnot, but I don't know. I think that there weren't enough humans around, according to what they said back in the day, to cause the ice age to end. And, I think it's all BS. That part about the made-up ice age, it's BS. But, going from the mainstream narrative, like, there wasn't enough humans to cause enough global warming to end the ice age. And I would say that, like, if you think that humans are really controlling the climate, like, can you just, disregard the sun? I would think that the sun would have more control over the climate than anything else. And yeah, there might be variables, and like I said, we should take care of our planet, but it's a death cult, this whole, climate change thing. I remember people telling me that were coming out of college, like, like, the world's overpopulated. Like, if you haven't been to West Texas, like, no, the fuck it's not.
It can't be overpopulated. If it were overpopulated, we would have we're like mega cities, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, there would be these huge cities. There would be, like, you know what I mean? Like, Canada is only like 30 some odd million people. No, like, yeah, I think 30. Crap, I forget, but I know it's like 30 something.
To me, overpopulated would be like New York to LA is just one big city.
Right. Or like that city in the Star Wars Episode 1, where it's just a whole entire planet, the whole city. Now that's overpopulated.
It's about the effectiveness of the systems that we designed to live on. Like, cities and power grids, water grids could be more effective than what we have today. But since it's based in a monetary system that is on profit, it will be. It's not as effective as it could be. I mean, they talk about overpopulation. Yeah, if you're in a city, you see a lot of people, But like Hank said, go to West Texas, so go fly over the plane, and you're gonna see emptiness everywhere. There's a lot of empty land out there, everywhere in the world. So the world is overpopulated. It's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I definitely hear that death cult shit.
But yeah, look at that Alexandria Cortez. She says it's immoral to have children because you're making the earth have a boo boo. Stop
She's a
having
freaking dumbass.
kids.
Who's gonna listen to her?
Stop enjoying your life. Worry about what some rock that supposedly farted out of, the singularity is going to be doing a billion years from now, rather than live.
Yeah, her nose is fucking weird, man.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. All right, so don't have kids. Don't get married young. Work your whole life to save money. Don't spend your money to enjoy anything. Die miserable. Oh, and by the way, when you die, nothing really mattered in your life because you're just on a pale blue dot in the midst of an infinite universe and you're worthless. Yeah, that sounds great to me, doesn't it? To you?
That sounds like an insurance ad.
Yeah.
Sign up today.
Yeah, I think somebody was trying to say something when I asked Issa that question and I cut them off. And now that Issa's gone, feel free to go down that rabbit hole if you want.
Well, to be fair, they cut Esau. He was specifically named as the party of the question. And when it came time for him to reply,
Oh,
that
sorry,
person
that
chose-
was me. I apologize.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It wasn't you at all, my bro.
No, it wasn't you. It's the guy who left, or the guy who quit talking right as soon as you came in, I think.
Oh.
Did you see the picture, the tweet I put? It was a video, I think, in the thing. What they with the, I don't know. It looks like the clouds making the letter writing in the sky with clouds.
Oh, I've seen that. There's also one with numbers.
Oh, that one says like something about surrender to 5G or something. I don't know. It looks like you can see a little drone or something. There's something right in it. But then when he goes back to the old stuff that's wrote, it does look like the clouds are moving. If it's CGI, it's brilliant because they've gone back and changed the clouds for the old stuff. But it does seem a bit weird that it's sort of directional, isn't it? Surely if you were on the other side, you would get some lettering that doesn't seem the same. I've never seen any of them yet.
That's fake, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good fake.
Yeah, I think if it was real, you'd have seen a video of somebody on the other side of it going, "What the hell's that? It doesn't mean anything."
Mm-hmm.
And it will come up in your search. like other videos of the same thing.
AI's in here as well. AI. Have you heard the mouse might be a fake? Have you heard that, AI?
Who would be the faker though?
The mouse, rabbit, skunk.
Yeah, but who would be doing the fake? I mean,
I don't know. There's a guy who I follow. Tell me what you love or something like that. He's called. He does all of the music stuff, but he gets all of the clips. And his latest video, he goes through all of the fake stuff, but it starts off with the mouse, and he says that it's not. That's a deliberate fake to get people talking about it, and he's not going along with the conversation. For some reason, he thinks that mouse thing is a way for them to fool people or get people talking about something that isn't real. Do you know what I mean? It's like a double play.
oh, so they're like gaslighting the flat earthers, basically.
But I mean, I don't know how or what.
Maybe it's a triple play.
Yeah.
It's a triple play. It's a fake of a real rocket going into space. So it's a fake of a mouse on a real rocket going into space, but the real rocket going into space is a fake. So the fake is within a fake within a fake.
Yeah, so perhaps he filmed it specially to put that clip in.
I feel like that was put out there just to get us to bite the hook.
Talk about it. At least we're talking about it, though. I think that's the game. Because when you hear these people come in, they've got the ballers or the globers or whatever. I don't know if you've not noticed or not, but they never give you any numbers. They always make you lot give them the numbers. They make you do the calculations. They make you do all of the things. They even make you give them their arguments.
Yep.
It's like...
How can they make you give them their arguments? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, there's two kinds. I'm not answering that. I'm just kind of like acknowledging the silence and moving on. So, yeah. Okay, acknowledging the silence and moving on. There's two kinds of people in the world. There's like children of the truth and children of the lie. And I've been paying attention to this kind of a concept, and I'd like to hear feedback on this idea. It's like the children of the truth see the lie and they don't respond with violence per se. We're not like, we don't hate the people who are deceived by the lie. But the people who are of the lie, when you tell them the truth, they literally hate you for it. And I don't know, that's kind of where I'm at with my thinking. There's two ways that people are generally wired on these subjects.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. I'm trying to understand that. I mean, that is where I came into this for that reason. I noticed there was people around there that they react strangely to people who say facts or just truths. Some people they lash out.
Okay, I have a question. Now, where do the people who are pretending to be globers, where do they fit in?
What do you mean, pretending?
Yeah, so there's obviously people
You're talking
in
about
this
the
arena.
like closet flat earthers.
Yeah, they know the world is not a globe, but they're pretending for whatever reason.
I don't know. That's a complicated. Like, if you know the truth and you don't speak the truth, then you're hiding the truth. So.
Well, I don't see it that way. I tend to think of what Ben Curvature Hunter is saying, meaning like it's not that they're doing it on purpose or in secret. There's some type of Agent Smithy kind of thing going on where the moment a controversial topic comes up, there's this like segment of the population that like facts are inverted to them no matter what argument it is.
Right. Children of the lie.
Yeah, I think it's just so deeply ingrained into them they can't see it. You know that when the truth's put right in front of them, they'll just throw it away. That can't be true. That I think there's some people you just can't get through to. Honestly,
I agree with that. I think people only believe what they want to believe. I say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, and I lead into that by saying, and that's my stance, right? But you can't, like, I can show you all the proof in the world, but I can't make you believe it. So I don't think your point could be proven to anybody unless they are ready to believe it.
Yeah, like for example, there's like some real weird energy with a couple of people. For instance, over the past 3 or 4 days, I've been talking about this Soundly video. Now, apparently, I must have been hitting the right vein because, according to everyone else, Soundly's been going for a very long time. But for some reason, sorry, background noise. Jeez, God. But for some reason, Soundly pops in to try to rectify the situation and never addresses anything that I say about his particular video, and then just totally leaves and takes all of everything he said with him except for the screenshots that I saved. But the point is, there's this bridge that is the span of 20 miles, Lake Pontchartrain, and for some reason, Soundly and Zanuck think that they can see the buildings and the bridge in the foreground, which would be 8 miles, versus the second point, which would be 16 miles. Now, it's impossible for them to be looking at the 8-mile stretch closest to the observer, impossible, and be looking at the buildings at the same time. And I'm going to post a picture basically to show you what I'm detailing. And there's no way that if you look on Google Earth, with that angle of view, you can see the buildings, but for whatever reason, in order to avoid saying that we see those cars at 25 feet all the way 20 miles across is because it's just there. In order to avoid that, they have to say, well, it must be that we're looking at the 8-mile bridge away. But I'll post it now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that.
Man, that was loud.
Yeah, all right, brother. They coming to get you for talking about the truth?
Lads, your mic's really loud.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. So I just posted what Zanuck was saying, and basically, I told him that if you zoom in, if you zoom in, you won't be able to see what's in your near ground because you'll be zooming in beyond being able to see it. But for whatever reason, he thinks you can still see it. So what he posted was the equivalent of putting on binoculars backwards. That's what he's trying to say. Zooming out is that weird thing that I posted. And I'm about to post what I said was pretty much impossible.
Try the other chat. We're in live stream 2 at the minute.
Yeah, live stream 2, brother.
Hold on, sorry.
No problem.
I don't know why you bother talking to Zanuck, to be honest.
Yeah, really, I gave up on that guy long ago.
So you see what his attempt at detailing what zooming in means, and all he did was just shrink the photo, crop it, and then
yeah.
How dishonest can you get?
Yeah, well, that's Zanuck. There's nothing else, is there? He's all they have is sophistry. That's it. They like to walk away thinking that they've won. they've won the argument. To Zanuck, as soon as he wrote that and pressed enter, that's him winning the argument.
And just to be clear, the red line, from the same exact observer perspective, the red line is what he's saying he's seeing, which is the 8-mile stretch of the building. I said it was much further up, more like 20 miles away from, maybe 16 miles away from the observer if you're looking at Google Earth. And that's exactly what the yellow line is detailing, looking at those pictures directly in front of or to the right of the bridge on the other side in Louisiana.
But what about the buildings way behind the bridge that I can still see?
That's the thing. The buildings that you're talking about, see, they're right there, like less than a mile or about a mile. Right, it's like getting off of the road and then riding into the driveway of those buildings. That's how close it is if you look on Google Earth. So what he's saying is, if you're looking from the angle of where the observer is to the 8-mile stretch, and you follow that angle of vision, you would never be looking at those buildings if you were to zoom in.
Now I got Eminem stuck in my head now. Then he said 8 Mile.
Yeah, the problem is that Zanuck says that's not how zoom lenses work, and I highly doubt he has any understanding of how a zoom lens works.
I don't think he knows how his eyes even work.
We've got a P1000, so we've taken these pictures. All you have to do is get a camera like that, and you can see these things. But any picture that I always took it's only ever going to be a proof for you. You know, like you can only ever prove stuff to yourself. So whatever pictures you take or whatever, it doesn't really matter to them. But you can tell their argument because they only have this one bridge. And like every other picture everybody else takes means nothing to them. It's just this one bridge.
Interesting enough about this bridge, and I'll detail it again. One of their main arguments about this bridge is that the buildings at the end of this bridge is under 200 feet of curvature, which is why there's a problem. Because if you see where the angle of vision intersects with the cars, when you zoom in, that is exactly where you would expect the cars to be driving into where what looks like the first building would be, which means they're only 3 miles out from the end of that road. That is 20 miles out at an elevation of 25 feet. When it's supposed to be missing by what? 200 feet of curvature. That's what's so damning about it. I don't think people really pick up on that yet because Zanuck is trying to say, no, that's impossible because you're really looking at 8 miles. No, that's a lie.
Yeah, but he said science said, so therefore it's true.
Yeah. So, trick question. When you zoom in on something, there's something that physically changes within the camera, right? So what is that?
The size of the object?
No. What is it? The aperture size changes. Is that what happens?
No, the lens goes forward towards the object you're observing. In other words,
right.
The lens is now further from the aperture since it was previously.
Okay, my bad. But that basically what that means is it increases the diffraction limit of what you're seeing, or the distance.
Not necessarily. What it does is what also happens within the image is you, like, for example, if you could see left to right, in a certain amount, when you start zooming in on an object, all that either left to right and up and down disappears, and you just see more and more of that object fill up your field of view. So that object is now, the light from that object is now being cast on more and more, that particular object is taking up more and more of your sensor space, which is what gives the ability to get more detail from it.
So is it like
which is why the 8 miles of bridge from the observer is totally out of view because he zoomed in beyond that.
That sounds right off the top of my head.
Yeah, because if he zoomed out, then the 8 mile part of the bridge that he's looking at from the zoomed out standpoint, then to the left, to the far left, he's looking at that 8 mile marker. But if you zoom into the buildings in the background, then you're not going to be seeing that anymore. So he's talking about the zoomed in cars as if the furthest those are away from his eye is 8 miles, and that's incorrect.
Hey Elijah, is there any way you can get a little bit further away from your mic? It's coming through a little bit distorted, that's all.
He's outside, so it's getting all the ambient noise. You got to turn your sensitivity way, way down and then speak into your mic so that it's getting your voice over everything else. But keep in mind that the majority of these Globers making these visual interpretation believe that if the
how is that, guys? I've had it on automatic sensitivity. Is that better?
Loads better.
Holy shit, guys, I can be outside and talk.
Yeah, but he's still overpowered.
Yeah, he's still outside though, but so that's good. That.
A little bit. So
all right, sorry. As long as I relax, this is probably better. All right.
It's still a little bit too sensitive, but
it's better.
It's okay.
Yeah, so guys like Zanuck, etc., they think that if the Earth was flat, that the horizon would converge at exactly 50% in your field of view, or halfway midline of your vision, because they completely throw out the phenomenon of angular resolution and how it causes.
The artifact.
Huh? What are you talking about? Anyway, so they think that it would be rendered at 50% in your viewpoint, which it sort of would at low angles, like let's say you're close to the ground, right? But as you increase altitude, you have to render more and more differential of sky between you and the ground, so that would fill that portion of your vision. So of course the horizon would drop in your field of view. So they think that proving that it drops proves a globe somehow. But again, it's just because they throw out how angular resolution limits your vision. So they don't understand properly how perspective and angular resolution limitations work. Because if they concede that, then they concede that there's another cause for the bottoms of things disappearing at distance, and they can't have that. So their cognitive dissonance kicks in, and they fight against it. And it's basically just the erroneous assumption that orthographic interpretations translate into reality. And of course, what I mean by that, if you don't know, is like the line drawings, where perspective isn't taken into account.
Yeah, so you're 100% correct. I was trying to explain how, things in the near ground appear bigger as in angular sizes. Things in the foreground appear smaller, and that's just due to exactly what we're talking about. And I tried to explain to them that if you take all of that into account, everything converges to a central point, which would be what we perceive as the horizon. For whatever reason, they can't. It's not me saying that. That's just basically what everything I've read says. I can show them citation after citation, and it's like, well, who cares? So.
Well, I mean, that's mostly correct. However, things don't converge at the horizon necessarily. The horizon is just a demarcation line between two color fields, and it's rendered wherever the differential of your resolution limit compared to your angle compared to those two color fields. That's all. You know, things don't converge to it. Things converge to the center of your vision, but that doesn't mean that everything will occupy the center of your vision at distance, because you have an angular resolution limit which envelops a certain amount of area at certain ranges on the z-axis as things recede away. So, you know, at 100 meters, it's a certain size. 200 meters, it's a bigger size. At 300 meters, it's even bigger, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I gotta learn how to. I gotta learn how to say it that way because I agree with you. I agree with you, but everyone disagrees when I say the converging thing. But what I mean is pretty much what you just said. Like I feel like that's correct. I don't say it because they never give you a chance to really say anything.
Someone else was trying to say something, so when you're done, he can go. Hey, whoever was just talking, you got overrun a bit.
Oh yeah, I was just saying about the horizon being an apparent position, whereas Zanuck will say it's an actual position.
Well, it's not a position at all unless you consider the position to be inside your eyeball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or actually inside your mind, because you don't actually see with your eyeballs. Or on a piece of paper after it's been printed out, or in a camera, you know, resolution, view screen. The only place a horizon exists ever is in a camera's view screen, a printed piece of paper, the lens of an optic, or inside your mind. There is no horizon in reality.
Yeah, that's right. That's why it's referred to as an apparent place or position.
Now, to the point that the guy was making before about mentioning the convergence, the problem with the Globers is that they assume artist perspective, where you have, let's say, 1 point perspective, okay, with a, so you make a dot in the center of your paper, right? And then you draw your little four of the objects, you know, the foreface, which is the face facing you. And then you draw your lines back to that dot, right? And then you can make the other faces, let's say, of a building. So the first face is the one facing you, and then you draw your lines, and then you draw a vertical line in between those converging lines, and that gives you what's known as 1 point artistic perspective. Now, when you take that and coupled with geometric orthographic representations of things like Earth curve calculators, etc., you can make a lot of erroneous assumptions, because in the artist's rendition of the point perspective, it's going back to a singular point, which is basically infinitely dense, let's call it. The problem is that no optic can see like that. Now, at close range and at close angle to an object, you will think you can see like that, because the difference between the spread of your angular resolution limit and the sensor density of the optic are so similar that it will appear to disappear into a single point. And so you may be, forgiven for mistaking that type of viewpoint as an artist's one-point perspective. However, we don't see it in a point that goes down like that. Yes, it looks like that at first, but our point where things disappear is actually increasing with distance, not decreasing with distance. And that's why you get entire parts of things disappearing out of your view, especially as they approach 0 degrees in your field of view, which just so happens to occur on the ground where the bottoms of things are, because usually the bottoms of things happen to be on the ground or on the ocean. And when you're standing on the ground or near the beach, you're pretty much horizontal to the object that you're viewing. And so, of course, the bottom of it is going to occupy the lowest possible angle in your field of view. Now, to be fair, that's an adequate explanation for why bottoms of things disappear or can disappear. Now, does that automatically mean it's a sphere? Not necessarily, but it means that they're omitting a factor of reality when they're making their conclusion. So they take the orthographic renditions of their calculations, and then they take the false assumption of artistic perspective, and then they try to debunk a flat earth with that. Or they try to prove a globe earth by omitting angular resolution as part of perspective. Either way, they're wrong. If you don't take that into account, then you can't be certain that the assertions you're making about what you're looking at are true. But they avoid it like the plague.
Yeah, I like the example Nathan Oakley uses with a brick. Like if you've got a brick at 10 meters on the ground, you can see it pretty easily. But if you take that brick out to, say, 10 miles, you're not likely to be able to see the brick. But then if you pile another 50 bricks on top of that first brick at 10 miles, then you're likely to see at least some part of the structure, but still not the bottom brick.
Right. So the most common counter to such an example would be this. Well, if I can't see the bottom brick, and the bottom brick is the same size as brick 49, and it's the same size as brick 32, then technically I shouldn't be able to see any of them. See the problem? They're basically saying that if angular resolution is real limitation, then I should be blind, because every angle of my vision, let's just call it 360 degrees around you, even though you can't see 360. 360 degrees is made up of packets of degrees, right? So 360 ones, right? Or this many twos, or that many three. So if I can't see something at 1 degree at a certain range, then I shouldn't see anything in any of my vision. It's nonsense. Because they don't understand that the rest of the wall, okay, so bottom brick takes up this much angle, but bottom brick to top brick takes up this much angle. So bottom brick is below your angular resolution limit of 0.02 degrees at the distance that it's at, but the rest of it is not, and therefore you can discern the information.
Yep. It also explains why things disappear bottom first.
Exactly. Not only does it explain a reason why that would happen, it's actually a sufficient and necessary cause for it to occur. So this phenomenon will cause the bottoms of things to disappear as they approach 0 degrees in your field of view, at a distance that causes the acute angle where it's rendered in your optic to fall below the angular resolution of the optic. This will happen. It's demonstrable to be so, even at closer ranges with more extreme angles. You can duplicate this all day long. You could do it on a floor. You could do it on a wall. You could do it on a ceiling. It's simply a fact of reality. Now, in their view, they should take this as reality and then add it to their interpretations of visual data like photos or whatever, and say, okay, I have a geometric curve plus this ancillary effect of angular resolution. So this is where I should see the bottoms of things disappearing because I have angular resolution cutting it off plus a curve cutting it off. But when have you ever seen anyone do such a thing? They always will just say, here's a geometric calculation. This is where geometrically it should disappear. Or they'll be disingenuous, and even though they do that geometric calculation, you show them an example of a building where you shouldn't see any of the building based on their geometric calculation. So in other words, it's impossible. And then they'll point to the bottom of that building being obscured in some way, shape, or form. And then they'll say, oh, but I can't see the bottom. Globe Earth confirmed. To which then I would reply, well, wait a minute. I thought you said the Earth was 25,000 miles in circumference. According to this photo where you've just said the bottom's missing, and after I've shown you your math doesn't work, and you say, well, that proves a globe. According to that math, that means the globe is 600 times bigger than what you've just told me.
Then they'll say refraction, or looming.
Yeah, unquantifiable. Terrestrial refraction isn't sufficient to account for these photos where we see things we shouldn't see.
It's just bullshit is bullshit, right?
Exactly.
If we can take a picture, we should be able to measure them. But we can't take a picture, so therefore we can't measure the thing.
Well, without baseline and referential information, it's near impossible to, say exactly where a physical object in your field of view actually is located, how big it is, etc. Without, like, if you look down a hallway, you see the lights in the center, right? Let's just say they're in the center. And they're in the center because you're in a hallway and you can see the walls and you can see all the scaling. But if you take a light and put it over to your left, or take a light and put it over to your right and do the same row receding away from you on the z-axis, eventually all those lights will occupy the center of your vision once they reach a certain distance. And without the referential information, you wouldn't be able to tell me whether that light is actually in the center, or if it's off to your left, or if it's off to your right. So there's 3 possible physical locations it could be in. However, they are rendered ultimately in the same location, which is approximately the center of your vision. And depending upon how far away it is and how big it is, it's going to look to you as if it's exactly in the center. And so you will say, and do your geometry, right? It's right in the center of my vision. I draw this little line here, then I draw this triangle. Yep, that object is directly in front of me. When it isn't, it's actually over to the left or over to the right. Now, if you take that same light and actually make it a moving object, you can make that object appear as if it's moving from the left of you to the right of you, over towards the right. Or you can put it on the right of you and recede it on the z-axis, and it will look like it's moving from the right of you over to your left. But in fact, it's not moving left to right at all. It's only moving away from you on the z-axis. So you can create this model. It's mathematically accurate, by the way, 100% Loctite mathematically accurate model that this object is indeed moving from left to right, when in fact it is not. Now, your math is correct, but your assumptions are false, and your conclusion is false.
Yep.
Man, has M. Scott Veach been in here lately?
Not that I know of.
I seen him this week. He came in. Wasn't in long.
24/7?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's been about a week. Within the last week, he was in.
The last time he was here, he was challenged to provide a experiment, quote unquote, to prove or disprove that angular resolution is a sufficient and necessary cause to cause the bottoms of things to disappear. And of course, you know, if you follow anything going on here, you'll know of the things about the coin on the table, you know, where you pull a coin away from your camera and the bottom disappears, or you lower the camera down as you keep the coin at a certain fixed distance and then the bottom will disappear, etc., etc. Many people have done these for themselves. So he was challenged to create one. Still waiting on those results. Let's see who else. Boris Badenoff, he was challenged to do one. Still waiting on those results. Lepizzle, he supposedly actually did it, but he didn't actually provide any visual demonstrable evidence that it was done. He just had an anecdotal story, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm more partial to the coin behind the ear trick.
Now, if you could pull out one of those $1 trillion Obama coins from behind your ear, now we're talking.
Those are actually debt coins. If you own one, you're in debt.
Yeah, you give it to somebody, like, here you go. And they're like, oh, I'm rich. Be like, nope, tricked you, sucker.
Fooled you. Yeah, it's like when Doug Helmet takes the Schwartz away from Lone Star. Fooled you. Oh, you fell for the easiest trick in the book. Your name shouldn't be AI. It should be Mr. Peabody.
Why?
I don't know. I just think of, you know, because of your knowledge, and Mr. Peabody was very knowledgeable. You know, just, I don't know.
Well, when Mr. Peabody died, they uploaded his consciousness into my AI matrix.
Oh. I don't know. I always like
just
watching
integrated
that.
him.
Now, let's wrap this up. So, we've been talking about these false interpretations, etc., blah, 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 between visual position and actual positions in reality. So the difference between visual and physical, and the faulty assumptions you can make from such. Now, when pressed, since Zanuck is the guy that we've been talking about, he was interviewed, and when pressed for his ultimate proofs of his globe, the two proofs he given were the two things in question, which were visual/physical misinterpretation, which is boats going over the horizon, quote unquote, and the drop angle in the horizon at altitude, quote unquote. So his faith in the globe is predicated upon his interpretation of visual information and the assumption of physical locations based on that information. Which is why, since his whole faith is based on that, he cannot concede that angular resolution is a sufficient cause to disappear the bottoms of things, or that it will cause things to appear in different locations than they actually are.
Yeah, that's why I was so upset with Greta Thunberg, because I used to always say, "How dare you base your your philosophical cosmological outlook on an optical phenomenon?" You know.
Stole your thunder.
You know, I was so pissed. I was like, "That's my fucking line. How dare you?" base your cosmological philosophy on an optical phenomena.
Hey, that's my line.
Is that really a Greta Thunberg quote?
Well, I don't know about the cosmological part, but she said, "How dare you? How dare you?" Yeah.
Yeah, well, she wasn't convincing anyone.
Right. Neither was I at the time, I guess.
Even
Yeah.
just that look on her face, like.
No, she's all good, man. She's like trying to promote anarchy, saying the world's gonna end. She's wild. I don't know. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, funny stuff. What up, Hank? Cool, man. Forgive me dipping out earlier, man. I had mad stuff going on.
No, it's all good. Good company. It's all good. I think they were
I know.
talking about something. I don't know if they were finished. You might not let them finish.
Oh yeah, forgive me. And yo, AI, I love hearing you rap, man. I love what you're spitting, bro. Every time I've heard you lay it down, I fucking love that shit. All you fellas that really kill it over here. Yeah, forgive me.
They've been saying that the world's going to end for centuries. You know, it's yeah.
Fear makes
Yeah, you heard
controllable.
you heard that Glacier National Park had to take down the glaciers won't be here in 2020 signs or something.
Oh yeah. It is 2020 after all.
Right. I like how it's 2020 because the Earth's 3.7 billion years old.
Right. Yeah.
I like that. I've always thought that was fun.
Yeah, all sorts of things should have gone down by now.
Yeah, man, it's
but their
weird.
models are just ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna start signing my checks, bro. I'm gonna start signing my checks. 121 3.7 _ B.
Hey, they'll take it, man. They'll probably take it as long as there's ink. You could put an X.
Well, they won't cash checks that are post dated, but if you just put the first supposed date of inception of the universe, then maybe they'll still take it.
Yeah.
Get some poor clerk and they give you $3.7 billion. And then they get fired. Or is that how old the Earth's supposed to be? Yeah, the universe is supposed to be like.
No,
14
the thing
billion,
is that
right?
we know how old it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
You guys
that's
remember, guys? We know how old it is.
We know how much Jupiter weighs.
You know what I mean? We know the weight of Polaris, bro. And if you
We know
doubt
how
me-
much the cotton candy planets weigh.
Do you know the human head weighs 10 pounds?
Mine's bigger than that. Oh,
Well,
we're
we
talking about the
know-
one on the shoulders? Never
Yeah,
mind.
on your shoulders. Oh, dude, that was bad. Oh, man, that was bad, man. No,
You should have acted like you had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh,
That would have been even more hilarious.
Yeah. No, AI is about 100. With that brain size. He's like that robot from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Well, I actually have a quasi-interdimensional loop, so I actually have multi-present masses at the same time. So technically, space-time is working overtime. So my brain actually weighs infinite.
But does your brain weigh more when it's thinking? When it's burdened with thoughts.
Well, I believe the quasi-interdimensional intellectual interloper device draws on extraneous resources from parallel dimensions. So technically, the mass of as many as are necessary are present at that time. So technically, if I need more assets, within the same local space, and that would increase the mass. And if, and only if, mass attracts mass is the subject of which weight is formed, then yes, technically it would weigh more. What I'm thinking.
I wonder if it weighs more if you're like thinking of heavy objects.
What, like a really big hot air balloon? Because that's a really heavy object. I mean, if it's empty, right? Like if you just got it in a box, you're not just picking that up out of the back of your trailer, right?
Nah, but like if you just thought of like an anvil, you were like, you know.
Well, as far as I know, thoughts don't occupy time or space, and they don't have any matter.
It's crazy because they tell you that, and then they tell you that what you think matters. You know, it's crazy, bro.
That's
So then they tell you. Then they tell you mind over matter. So mind divided by matter equals.
Isn't that the riddle of steel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Will to
I
power.
got that reference.
Yeah. A lot of people watch that movie and don't get that the answer to the riddle of steel is at the very beginning because it quotes Nietzsche. The movie is Nietzsche. So the answer to the riddle of steel is weak and flesh is weak, but the will to power is strong.
Yeah,
Yes,
Neil.
For those of you who don't know, we're talking about Star Wars: The Last Jedi.
Oh man.
Yes, precisely. That was it.
One of my favorite scenes is where they have the gas leak. It is like going to, you gotta help me out here, man. Like, he's asking R2D2 to help him.
Those whole movies were a gas leak. But we were actually talking about a brilliant John Milius and Oliver Stone film that came out in 1978. I believe Oliver Stone was the screenwriter for that movie, AI.
Could be.
And John Milius, the director. I am convinced to this day that Red Dawn is told from an American perspective, but it's actually not about America, but about some South American country that America overthrows, just told inverted.
Interesting.
Yeah, that fits.
I mean, they even call themselves the partisan rock. I'm like, partisan, huh?
Interesting theory.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be a theory because obviously that is what happens when you invade anybody.
Right.
So it's just what's going to happen. So it could be about anybody.
Yeah, Neil Peart of Rush died today.
Yeah,
at
I know.
67.
Yes. Yes, you're correct. Wolverine
Yes.
was an X-Men. Wolverine was an X-Men, correct. All right,
Yep.
follow me. X is the demarcator of the unknown variable. So therefore,
Ah.
X is any country. There you go.
That's
Proven.
right. Done. The other movie we were referencing was, of course, Conan the Barbarian. In case anyone didn't catch that. I like that.
The steel one? Yeah.
Yes, the riddle of steel.
Yeah.
It's Nietzschean. Because he thought the answer to the riddle of steel was that steel was strong, but steel is weak. But James Earl Jones was also wrong, because flesh is weak, because flesh he gets his head chopped off in the end.
Right.
The will to power is what's strong. He almost had it right. The flesh that wields it, but it's the mind that with the hand that wields the steel. The will to use it. That's what the movie's about. That's why he could make himself a king from nothing.
Yeah, that's why I like. Have you ever? Well, there's this cool site I used to check, Creditors in Commerce, and there's this one guy. His name was Jack or something, and he would go on and he would take these movies and he'd break them all down, like, you know, kind of out. I mean, just interesting to listen to, but in commercial terms and stuff like that, and like show these parallels. I'd love to hear how Conan, you know, how that would get broken down. You know, like it's regarding like, you know, taking over and being the king with all the philosophy involved.
Yeah, I think it was. It wasn't specifically what's the name, Robert E. Howard, who had like that movie in mind. It was very Robert E. Howard-y, I guess, but I'm certain that it was either John Milius or Oliver Stone who had read Thus Spake Zarathustra and then was like, man, I'm going to make this into a movie. I'm going to make a character that can embody this. And I think that's what their Conan was.
Right. Well, I mean, there's so many levels to it all.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's what's so rich with you know,
good
storytelling.
Cinema. With good cinema.
Yeah. Well, good tales. You know, it's just really good. You know, the tales of old, man. It's like, you know, that's why, you know, I get all into looking at certain like the religious texts in that context of like a, you know, a lesson within a story. You know, and you know, people can literalize it and say how real it is, and that's perfectly fine with me. But there's also like, you know, why wouldn't we use the mind to look at all of it as though it weren't this, you know, cinematic lesson to some
That's
extent?
very young. It's very young of you.
Right. Well, you know, not to discredit it. You know what I mean? But to see the layers. Yeah.
Yeah. Peterson. He does that Jungian and Freudian psychology, and he like breaks down like classic stories into like components and this and stuff. I mean, I'm not into Jordan Peterson or anything, but a lot of what he says is interesting. You know, if you look at it from a purely break it down and do it and just look at its components for what they are, and it's all, you know, there's something.
He's brilliant. I think it would be you know, it'd be funny to hear him like analyze how to make a ham sandwich. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
It is. Like, well, first of all, what you would have to do,
right? You have to consider.
Have you mastered your own life before you
sound like a deepfake, bro.
Huh?
You
sound just like him.
Yeah, seriously.
You mastered this before you've
go ahead and sing rap
to make the sandwich. You know, clean your room. Yeah.
Rap God. He sang Rap God. Did you see the deepfake